Hello. Hi, hi. How you doing? Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Hope you are doing good. Wow. Hi, Peter. Hi, Dragon. Hi, Kobo friend. Can I... Nerd. I'm really bad at pronouncing names. Oh my god. Hello. Hi, Swift. Hi, Narix. What the Deadlock vậy là? I mean, I saw Kobo Go play Deadlock for a little bit just now, and I saw some very interesting looking characters, right? And then I even saw Tamlin's Kobold in there as well. Let me check. Yeah, Tamlin 123. I saw something like this in a game. This is Tamlin 123. And I feel like it's not this, but it's something very similar to Tamlin. And when I look at that character, it just reminds me of Tamlin so hard. And then it's like, what? I saw that. And then there's also like a few, well, not a few, but I mean, obviously Viper is there as well. Let me check. I mean, gosh, I love Viper. Viper is one. I mean, Ivy is there, but I prefer Viper. I mean, obviously there's like there's a lot of characters in there that make me feel interested in looking at the game for now, right? I don't think I will play it as much because the game is like solely PvP only, so I don't know if I will be playing that if like if at all. Just kind of want to look at the characters, and hopefully there's like a practice mode in there. I don't know. If there's no practice mode, then I'll play something else. Right? If there's no practice mode, I don't think I want to just go into the game and getting shit on because I never played game before. Water? Okay. I need water. Look, if there's no practice mode, we go VR chat. Go VR chat so that I can play the crate game again. But then again, the crate game is like the crate game is like how do I say this? The crate game is it's pretty much just a waiting game now at my current situation with the game, right? It's like you wait for money. There's not much I can do to speed up the process other than just like look at the laser, do 360 and destroy all the crates. Yeah, it's just a waiting game now. There's not much I can do. But I still love looking at crates being destroyed, so and also I'll be playing Raft with Zeus and Bracky later as well. So yeah. Yeah. Let's look at Deadlock for a bit. Where's my dead? I just downloaded it. Where's my oh I found it, okay. Alright, let me close this. Like that, never played before. I remember claiming this game when it first came out, question mark? But then I saw the store page, you cannot get this game like at all. You can only add it to wishlist, and I was like, huh, weird. Rem? Who Rem? Okay, let's look at who Rem is. You call it now? Are you gonna call it now? Wow. Alex is so confident. Oh my god. See, the thing is, I don't even know if my PC can handle this game, to be honest. What if my PC explodes? Hi, Bad Gamer. Is game not right? Oh, okay, there we go. I was like, I thought the game is not running at all. Like, Deadlock.
Yip yip.
Huh? Yep. Is this what happens on first opening the game? Question mark. Oop. Oh, there we go. The game is in early development with a lot of temporary art and experimental gameplay. All feedbacks are all feedback is welcome. Okay. I have no feedback. I just started this game literally just now. Why is this so hypnotic? What is the game trying to say, huh? I should be terrified. Oh, let's hope my PC doesn't explode because my OBS is like... My OBS is constantly showing up encoding overloaded currently, and... I don't know what to feel about that. Is it then? Is it good? I hear fire noises, but nothing's on screen. Help. Oh, it's kind of hot though. Oh my god. What am I? I can swap hero? Looks like this is your first time playing. We've highlighted a few heroes that are great for new players. We recommend trying out one of these if you're uncertain about where to start. Harasser? How crazy that the first thing I saw is harass. Billy? A punk Celtic goat? So stylized. Wait, let me... Can I... Settings. Thank you very much. I feel my PC is like at the verge of exploding. Advanced settings. Upscaling technology stretch. All stretch. Can make the game look like shit? Hell yeah. I'll put low on everything for now. I love feasting. In-game, 60, thank you very much. And then... I guess these are all fine. DX11? Yeah, DX11. This should be good. Input device. What if I just use my like voice mod? People would just hear the squeaky voice all the time. No. Hi, Wolf Mage. Uh-oh. I'm being hugged so hard. Oh my god. Oh, Wolf Mage is doing good. Welcome. Themed hero reticles? Oh my god. Oh, you can change crosshair as well? Gee. Line opacity? I think I need maximum opacity. Rock says, look, this game is only 30 gigabytes. Marvel Rifles is 100 plus gigabytes and I have no space for it. Alright, swap hero. It's Ivy, right? I don't know. Oh, there it is. Viper. Oh my god. Viper. Instantly more games. Maximum graphics. I want my PC to explode. Gunner, slippery. Rat-a-tat. Rat-a-tat. Going to lurk while I go to bed. Good night. Night, night, Wolf Mage. Where's Rem? More krill? Okay, we're gonna look at it one by one. No. 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 This one is pretty cool. Mother got summer skin. Yeah, all of them cost money. Oh my god, it's Celeste? No way. The doorman? Oh, it's a mod. So, Cobalt Go was playing this character, but with the Cobalt mod on, I assume. So there's mods in this game. They give free skin every event. Yeah, well, you have to grind for it, no? Kobo Doorman? Ah, okay, okay. That's what it is. Hi, Sarah. I don't know who Rem is. I'm finding Rem. One game a day isn't grind. I don't know which one is Rem. I need to look at it one by one. Rock solid. Oh, Ivy tank. McGuinness. McGuinness. Yo, oh my god, it's Dudley. Oh, hi Rem. Helpful tiny. Big white eyes. Oh, Ivy is not tank framework correctly. She doesn't build for much sturdiness. What? But she's literally rock. I mean, the game says rock solid. Alright,
have a pillow.
Ram tiny. Yeah, she's a gargoyle, you know. Cannot do like I cannot look at your front. Hiya. Any like oh. Oh wait, are they using Counter-Strike movement? No way. Oh my god, they're strafing. What the hell? So you don't hold W, you have to press AD to like move sideways, and then you have to air strafe. What? I mean, okay, fair enough. It's Valve, right? Ooh, practice range. Okay. B to sharp. Oh my god! Wait, there's. I need to buy items. Oh no. Tank Buster. Ghostbuster. The fuck am I looking at? Also heal, damage, support. And go find his little cubby hole. Who? You know what? I think I can try and... Okay, it still runs at 60 by some absolute miracle. Are you healer? Oh wait, you're not healer. Oh wait, this is not enemy. Is there a head shoot? 16. Oh, there is head shoot. Okay. So ability is 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, that's so weird.
You're not nice.
Okay, that's very loud. $69. Remy has a place only he can access in the lobby? Really? Shit. I want the dorm. I want the Kobo doorman. Tag along. I'm safe when I'm doing that, I assume?
They do lots of things.
So, support? Yeah, support. Very support. Okay, okay. Oh.
Come out and play with me.
Melee to collect souls? There's melee? You can charge melee? What the heck? Hi Breton. Hi Draken. Melee during flashing lights for bonuses. Heavy melee for even more. Melee during flashing lights for bonus? What does that mean? Won't be here for long. Have to get some EP. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Have a good EP, Brad Talk. It's okay. Thanks for stopping by. Actually, I feel Remy is fine. Remy is cute though. He'll be somewhere that's very discreet, no? I can't see shit though. Oh, this double jump? Oh, okay. Oh, there's a learn to play? That's really nice. Okay, I can still melee. Maybe I can find the cubby hole somewhere by just bonking it. Maybe I can open up the door. Maybe I'll bonk something here. I don't know about the cubby hole. Alright, let's see someone else. I mean...
You ever get the feeling something bad is gonna happen? Yeah, so I don't. That's why I end up in jail so much.
What does Viper do? Gun slippery. Flank? Oh no. Lizard. 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 So that's like early game item. It's like Dota plus Overwatch. I mean, my extremely limited knowledge about PvP games. I only know like you buy item, you get stomped. So you would get stomped eventually, because once a team gets fat, people can just stomp you. It's like to infinite ammo. That's missing in stream elements. Lizard. Ooh.
Roll and shank!
Poison? No poison. So it's just like a extra damage button. Oh, when I throw 3 times, it becomes like a huge cooldown? Oh, it's 2. Oh. 2 charges, okay. Okay, bite. Nom nom nom.
A Staten Island classic!
That's not num num. There's no tree. What's... You have increased light distance, can slide up hills, and can turn faster while sliding. How do I initiate slide? Double tap? No. How do I initiate slide?
Slide in, pop, pop. Hit Jezebel's up for an overpriced Manhattan to celebrate.
Oh, you can upgrade skills? Control after dashing? Oh, okay, that looks kind of funny. I love it. So Viper is like movement tech character. Snap heals and can turn faster while sliding. Oh, so everyone has a slide, just Vipers work differently. If you are fast now, just pressing control works. Okay, so just if the initial speed is enough, I can just slide them. Teleport to sandbox. Okay, what's number 4? Explosive bola. Exploding the bola slows and damage one in an area. Petrify instead. Petrify unit block all damage but can take actions. I can petrify people?
I'll turn them to stone. Gorgon's gonna Gorgon. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, direct hit deals damage.
I'm still working out the kinks, but I think this baby's gonna work.
+1 petrify duration. Petrify all enemies in the area.
Gotta be able to make an impact.
On slide, gain 180 barrier for 5 seconds.
This is my bread and butter, baby. Hey, this is why the patrons want me.
Oh my god. Wait, there's actually movement tech for this? How do you get like more momentum just now? That was fast. I did like dash immediately after releasing slide. I don't know what happened, but I'll take it. Wall hopping is a thing. There's a lot of movement tech in this game. Oh fuck, okay. Oh no. Oh shit. Hello? What are you? Why is there beaters in my Deadlock game?
They're not even ready for what's coming their way.
Bullets also build up lethal venom.
Poison is awesome. It's like the slow cooker for murder. I'm gonna mess some people up with this.
A full 24 bullet will cause lethal venom. Oh, it's a front corner.
Enjoy the venom.
Interesting. Okay, what do we have? Spirit range applying slow. Every subsequent dagger against the same target stacks and slight damage and slow. What? +1 charge.
Ready to sling some knives.
Am I saying bullet resist and 5% bullet resist per stack?
Shiv's like the filet mignon of blade work, you know? I'm more like the greasy spoon diner food that you get when you're hungover, but you never really want to finish when you're sober. You know what I mean? Blood, but lovable.
I like them. On hit refunds, 55% charge cooldown.
I never took to needlepoint like I did to stabbing people. You wanna play, buddy?
Oh, so you always have like a 3-second cooldown? Is it like...
Abrams is a tough bastard.
We make a good team.
We make a good team. Oh my god, wait, so there's a lot of like character interactions and shit? Oh my god, really? Also, I noticed something. The game is blocking my other monitor for some reason. Oh, there we go, now it doesn't block. What? Okay, who... Is it easy to mod this game? It should be easy, right? Let me double check. I'm just here looking at Deadlock for a bit. I need that. It's in Game Banana. Ooh, that's a weird website. Oh. Deadlock mod manager. There's a mod manager for Deadlock. Wow. You know what? I'm gonna do it. If there's a mod manager for a game, it's gonna be a lot easier to mod things. What was that? There's dash jump. Dash jump slide. Are you... Oh my god. Dash jump too early? Wow. No, not stamina. Oh, dash jump costs another bar of stamina. Oh. Okay, it does. It totally does. Alright, let me try to mod this game real quick. Look, I'm playing Deadlock not because I want to play Deadlock, it's because I want to see more amazing characters, okay? So let me go to here. I'm probably not gonna like just play the game for now because I only have an hour. I don't know how long one match of Deadlock is going to be, so let's open out this one. So it's not a complete silence. Deadlock. Dead kick. Deadlock. Manager. Oh, they have an official website for it. Very cool. Okay. Deadlock mod manager setup.exe. Wait, let me check. It's a setup.exe. I don't know. I feel sus towards like setup.exe files. Oh, okay. There's no... Okay, virus total say it's safe. Alright. Just wanted to make sure, you know. You never know what's gonna happen. Never know what's gonna happen. Hi, Sola. I'm gonna put mod manager at F. Okay. Hope Dragon doing it. So there's also, for the mod manager, there's also like, all mods available through Deadlock mod manager are third-party content created by community members. Okay, I understand that mods are third-party content. Because Valve will be like, oh, third-party content detected ban. Sometimes Valve do that in Counter-Strike as well. Game path detection successfully. Yeah. API connection, okay. I'll just go for default. Okay. Oh my god. Oh, so you can just browse mods here? This is what I'm looking at right now. This is the mod manager. Quality of life lock. I mean, I'm not here to like get quality of life. I'm here to get like the Kobo mod. Hey Jameson. Dashboard. How do I search? Is still no search? Mod store? Oh, there we go. Bird being noisy over there. It's a very common thing here. I mean, this bird just perching right outside my window. PSX Viper. Pink 7. Search. Cobalt. Cobalt Sinclair. Cobalt Page. Cobalt Flashy Soul Container. Whoa, there's so many Cobalt mod. Oh my god. I need this. Yeah, this is the plushie that I talked about. Take a picture that sounds cute. Oh, I mean, they flew away. Next time I can try to take a picture and I can show it. They flew away, but I'm pretty sure they're gonna come back like, you aren't supposed to play MOBAs. Everyone hate MOBAs because they're good. Like, because people are good at the game, or is the game good? I mean, I'm not playing MOBA. I just want to play because there's like kobolds here. I'm a very simple kobold. If I see kobold in the game, I want to play it, even if it's like mod. Force update? Why is there no back to mods? Okay. Cobalt Page. Cobalt Sinclair. Looks like the same artist. Ooh. Oh my god, that's so cute now. Okay, I need it. Thanks for alert, Selic. I've been stolen. Oh my god. Then we have Cobalt Sinclair. Great Tail Physics. I need. Unknown mod contains 3 files. Main all changes. No voice changes? Oh, there's even voice changes? Oh my god. MOBAs are fun, but everyone plays League and thinks all MOBAs are like League. Well, I'm not that everyone, I think, because I don't think they're the same. I mean, I specifically mentioned that Dota is harder because there's like a secret shop thing. I don't play those games as much, but at least I kind of know the differences. A little bit, at least. Right? I wouldn't say I'm a... Boop. I'm a, like... Boop. Yeah. We did that? Boop. Hmm. Door... I couldn't type door, man. Where's the doorman Kobo? Why is it not here? Oh my god, what the heck? There's so many. What the fuck? No. That's two Wendell as doorman, no? Dracula as door. What the hell? Actually, I should just go for Game Banana and download that mod, I think. Yeah, it's not listed here for some reason. Alright, give me a second. I'm just gonna... remote install. Is it a remote install? Oh. Oops. I did it wrong. There we go. Oh, it's Dragon Doorman. Oh my god, it's not Kobold. Oopsie. It's Dragon. Oh my god. I keep thinking that it's Kobold. Oh yeah, how about that? Let me search for Dragon and what do we get? Oh, so only one. Fair enough. I wonder if there's any like performance mods. Performance? Yeah, fair enough. So these are the only four? Let me try to launch the game again. Launch mode. Is it launching? It is. Kobo plushie soul container? I don't even know what's a soul container. Is Deadlock mobile though? Isn't mobile like you right click to move and something like that? What does MOBA mean? It's a MOBA? MOBA is... I always thought MOBA is like Dota, League, on like those kind of games. You know, like it's a 5v5 and then it's like top-down view. You right-click to move the character and then the character keeps talking shit. Right? This is Dota but with guns. It's like Paladins, no? It's Paladins, it's Overwatch, it's Marvel Rivals, I think. The main dev of Dota is the lead designer of this game. Explains the character design, honestly. Alright, look, check, look. Oh my god, it's a dragon doorman?
It's important to never overlook the help.
Whoa, damn, right? Oh gosh diggity dang, look at you. Deadlock's not a hero shooter specifically, which is kind of weird since it has guns and you're playing heroes. Yeah. Where's the Kobo plushie? How did I get the Kobo plushie? Oh. You shoot so slowly though.
You're not welcome here. Allow me to be your guide.
portals. It's categorized as a MOBA still? It's so weird. Need to hit the bell for it to expel its damage.
Allow me to deal with them.
Oh my god. I guess that's why it's MOBA? What is this? Bomb. And then the big boy.
I'll take you to your room.
What's that? Sends the target's physical body to be a guest at the Baroness Hotel. The guest is to promptly make their way to the exit elevator where they'll be sent back to their original position. A stay at the Baroness Hotel is paid for in spirit damage. Failure to check out on time costs additional spirit. What the hell? So when Doorman casts the ult on you, you have to play a mini game. That's unheard of. So how do I get a? So I mean I have a few other like Kobo mod, right? Yeah, there we go. PH is one Sinclair. Savannah? I guess they changed name. Who this? Oh, I'm a big Kobo. Oh my god, look at me.
This'll keep them on their toes.
Spectral system. Boom. Do you hit them? Deploy. Oh. Ultimate copy. Oh, it's Thor.
Way to go.
Way to go.
Sorry, I'm a little late. Had to finish the chapter I was on.
Conjure a dragon that appears at the target location before flying forward. Dragon? Ooh, wait, dragon, oh my god. Plot armor, grant an ally a barrier. While the barrier holds, they gain bonus weapon damage. So...
Keep going.
Captivating read? Magic detonates after the delay, dealing spirit damage and apply immobilize. Immobilize?
I'll try my best.
Oh. CC support? Yeah, then like this is very CC, you know? Then you do this. Then you can support people. Release a wave for spectral knights and steed that charge across the entire city? Oh, in water? Okay. And charge across the entire city, healing allies and dealing spirit damage to enemies. Amplify it is amplified as the knights travel further. Entire city?
I love this part.
Is there a wall jump? Is there a wall jump? Why do you jump like... Oh. Oh. Yeah, it is a wall jump. The animation changes when they're ready to do a wall jump. And then I can do a double jump after. What the fuck is this? Holy shit. Viper is still so cool though. Ram is alright actually. I'm so oh my god. Ram is alright. I did get that thigh. Why are there so many shadow people? Gameplay update. Oh, that's very recent. I mean, it's Valve. They're gonna keep updating the game now. Valve will do anything other than implementing anti-cheat for Counter-Strike, apparently. Anyways. Gonna get that thigh. The game is about soul collecting. They absolutely doing anti-cheat work? No. It's been 3 years and the cheater problem in Counter-Strike is not resolved at all. They don't publicize it much to catch people out. There's no way. There is absolutely no way. The cheater scene is the majority of people playing Counter-Strike now. It's a lot better than it was before. On Counter-Strike? I would get spin portals like every 3. No. No. I'm on silver rank. There's still cheaters everywhere. On silver. I'm silver. Like the demo, they just look at the wall and then they pre-aim the wall. It's like so stupid. I don't believe they're working on cheating. Like 3 years, man. Ooh. The trust factor in the premier system, it can't allow it out. Trust factor in the premier system. Don't people just say that they can buy trust factor? They just like get like 500 into the Steam wallet and then they got green and then they can cheat whenever they want. It's fucked up. True anti-cheat is impossible if your kernel level stuff which is pretty sketch. Well, it's impossible, but they should at least catch the blatant one. The closet one, I'm not gonna say much, but the blatant one? Fuck. It's still everywhere. It's insane. Early game? Oh yeah, there's melee. Manage to keep a surprisingly large amount out and catch most of what doesn't get stopped. Well, I mean, you guys say this, but I guess they're working on something for the anti-cheat in Counter-Strike, but I have not been having fun playing Counter-Strike and I'm on silver for fuck's sake. I just don't see it. Like, you guys mentioned that they catch a lot of people. I just don't see it. Right? Like, every game, and it's almost every game, there's at least one closet cheater. It's insane. Wait, I lose health by doing melee? I don't know how to get the plushie though. Oh wait, was that the plushie? Wait, I think that was it. No, it's not. Oh. You put in silver something because then it randomly pop off with an ace. And they could. I'm not saying randomly getting ace. I know what I looked at. I know what to look for. They're literally pre-aiming through walls. They looked at our location on round start. That I looked at the demo. Oh wait, I have a Kobo now. Do I? What time's now? 1:30? 1:30 p.m. How long? Okay, I wanna go check. How long does one match last? Deadlock. One match time. Approx. Oh, it is a MOBA. Typically lasts between 30 to 45 minutes. Matches on average end on 20 to 30 minutes. Now, that's 1 year ago. So it used to be a little bit faster, question mark? My favorite news, sometimes it takes a long time because people don't know how to push objectives. Oh, there's objectives I need to push. Oh, shit. I don't know if I can do that, honestly. If I play for one match, I'm probably gonna get shouted at for like until there's no tomorrow. Like, I have zero knowledge on this game or this kind of game ever, so communication. Wasn't there like a input device? Only transmit voice when audio input volume is above this level. Applies even if you have open mic enabled for voice chat. Is there no like push to talk? Or keybinds? Movement. Melee party troll hell item. Communication, there it is. Chat all. Chat team. Quick ping. Interact with highlight object. Interact with highlight object. Oh, there we go. Voice chat team. I don't know if I can play one round, honestly. I'm scared. I'm like so scared. But I'm here to look at like just characters and stuff.
Maybe today won't be so boring after all.
I'm still surprised that Ivy is not tank. Ivy is 765 damage. Does items get more like... Who's tank? Map control mind games? Bookschmidt. Oh my god, Kobo log. Yeah. Apparently there's mods in this game. Hi Sorrow, and thanks for the like. Oh, I assume initiator is like a tank? No, it says tank, okay. How much health do you have as a tank?
One day I'm gonna die, but it ain't gonna be today.
800? That's not even a lot of health. I guess it relies on... Oh yeah, drain health from nearby enemies. Okay, yeah. Pushing her into a wall applies stun... Those defensive attributes. Taking damage grants temporary regeneration for a portion of the damage taken. Yep, so... I guess when they're a tank, it relies on their ability, not exactly their... how much health they have. Initiator.
Don't mind the big guy. He's friendly. Unless, of course, you try to stop us, in which case he will definitely maul you.
And heal yourself based on the damage done. Spray send disarm enemies in front of you and deals damage. Disarm? Isn't disarm like crazy? Hold the target in place, stunning them and dealing damage during the channel. If they die during or within 3 seconds of combo ending, you permanently gain max health. Whoa. Like, can I grab them? Wait, let me get maximum
Alright,
grab.
Maurice, here's the plan. I hold them down, you maul them. Maul them! Take the thrill off me.
Wait. Hold the target in place. Oh, they cannot move. I can move. Oh. Interesting. So the characters that I like, right? I haven't seen Billy yet.
Don't get me started on Ivy. Savior Spanish Harlem. You're a gargoyle that punches people in the face. What do you want? A medal?
Does Billy like Ivy? Slam your back into a ground, pulling them down, doing many damage. Charge high first enemy and send it into the air along with Billy. Oh, Billy goes through the air as well? Oh, interesting. Ooh, passive. Melee hits restore ammo and inflict wrecked on the victim for 7 seconds. Bullets are amplified against wrecked enemies. Using melee boost max health and extend duration. So Billy is like goes up close and personal and beat the shit out of you character. Chain nearby enemies to you. Chain enemies cannot use movement abilities and receive a heavy slow when they pull on the chain. After the delay, yank everyone towards Billy and deal spirit damage. Whoa, I kind of like Billy though. Like, who else? I guess these are the only characters that I like. I mean, obviously the cobalt ones. The modded ones. No bias at all, I'm telling you. I feel like...
How hard can summoning an elder god be?
I feel like I like Viper a lot, but playing Viper is like... It feels like I need to know a lot of like... movement shit. I don't know. I mean, obviously, I will be playing it today, but maybe in the future I might try out this game. I don't know. I don't know. What's sandbox? Actually, I should learn how to play first before anything. Basic tutorial. Learn the ropes in a quick interactive walkthrough. Okay. happened? Oh, can I not check things? What do you mean? Oh, the game is running at not 60 anymore. I mean, when the telemetry shows up, I guess that's when render quality. Ugh. Alright, let's let you play again. Failed to start matchmaking already in the game? Please leave the current game to start matchmaking. Escape to rejoin or abandon. Oh, okay. What do you mean rejoin or abandon? I'm in the fucking tutorial. Aim the zipline, then hold space to run it with your guardian. Zipline speed boost. Test out controls. Use this area to test out your controls. Move, space, jump, shoot. Reload. Light melee. Heavy melee. Parry? Why is there parry? Whoa. I guess parry is to... That's why the heavy melee is so telegraphed. Oh. It even shines for you. It's like, I'm doing a heavy melee now. There's a parry. Oh my god, okay. Dash. And dash. Use an ability. Hold one to unlock. Press 1 to cast. Hold tab and click to upgrade. Oh. Storm Cloud. Press 4 to cast your ultimate. Kill troopers. Items in the curiosity shop make your hero much more powerful. Move within the range of the shop and press B. Where is... Oh, okay, shop. Purchase escalating exposure. Did I do it? Oh, that's it, huh? I mean, that's the gist of it, I'm pretty sure. What do you mean incomplete? What do you mean incomplete? I completed it. Alright, I'm doing this again. Then lightning bolt, learn, and then upgrade, boom. And then 4 cast ultimate, aims at... It deals damage where I aim? Oh, okay. And then move there. Escalating exposure. We've loaded you up with some additional items and ability points. Now face off against enemy heroes and troopers. Destroy the guardian while defending your own. So... Oh, they have creeps? No wonder. Okay. What's number 2? Requires target hero. What did I do? Power your weapon, your shock effect, make your bullet proc shock damage on a target. Okay, the guardian. wow, that lasts for a long time. Next, try playing a match with Street Brawl. Oh, are there like different modes that I can play? Wait, let's check.
You ever get the feeling something bad is gonna happen? Yeah, so I don't. That's why I end up in jail so much.
There's bot match? Oh my god. There's more. There's hacking. There's hacking baby mode. Oh my god. Thank you, Sarah. Export NYC. Run around at NTCD to test movement and navigation. Ooh, wait, let's go. Oh, hi, Mama Dragon. Oh, it's been a while. Oh my god. Boop. Boop. Oh, with the tail? Oh my god, I love Viper already. Oh, Mama Dragon is doing good.
Hey, this is why the patrons want me. You gotta find joy in the little things. Yeah, I'm whipping up some good stuff today. And my PO thinks I don't have marketable skills. This is so much fancier than the toothbrush mattress spring combo I used to stick Molly Malenzo back on Long Island. No, I can't wait to try this on folks. Anyone who wants to complain about me using poison should come over to my place for drinks. They'll never whine about it again. Hitting people with a rock always, it just makes me feel better.
Hitting people with a rock just made me feel better? Oh my god. Viper is the Kobo. What?
Time to throw stones, baby. I hope they bunch up.
Do I have wallhack? What is you? Oh, are you like neutral? I think it might be neutral creep actually.
It's got nothing on me.
So you can farm. Whoa, what the heck? Why does melee deal damage? No, melee doesn't deal damage. Do you deal damage to me? So, I mean, it's great that they have this, right? That I can just like look around the map for stuff. Dragon is hopefully back to some semblance of a normal schedule. Aww. Well, I'm glad it's going back to the normal schedule, at least a little bit. It's that limbs that everyone is simping about? Yeah, and I can see why. I love her so much, oh my god. Also, hi Becky. Is there a way to like heal? So souls is money, right? That's a lot of neutral creep in one place. Testing tools. Oh. Where's the shop? What? Are you like the neutral big boy? Where's the money? I assume 822 is the money that I have. Over time, with bonus spirit damage, causing abilities dealing more than 80 damage to deal additional damage. Plus 30% max ammo, plus 8% weapon damage. Ooh. Oh, extra regen? Plus 1 out of combat regen? Ooh.
Stay safe out there.
So, out of combat regen. Oh, my health is getting back really quickly. Wasn't there like a place for me to like heal or something? Okay, yeah, so this thing kills me for some reason. I still don't know what this thing is. I thought this game was like Overwatch essentially, is it not? It is, but it's also MOBA. It's not essential. It's not like specifically hero shooter. It has the essence of like Dota League apparently, because there's still creeps running around the map, and then you have to like destroy towers, I believe? Question mark. So maybe that's why they consider this as like a as like a shooter MOBA, I guess. I haven't really played this at all. I just look at the characters. Also, I don't even know where to look at my money. Where's my money? How do I know my money? I need to know my money. How do I know my money? Is 822 not my money?
You want to buy a mug to go with your gun?
It's like Overwatch and League combined. Yeah, something like that.
Today you're making history.
Oh. Your imbued ability charges up over time with bonus spirit damage, bonus fire rate, and reload bullets on use.
You're not gonna regret that.
Oh. Yeah, there's like neutral creep camps or something like that. Wow. The creeps are so hard to kill. I wonder what will happen if I just buy everything that's like... buy the best of everything. Oh.
Tell you what, I'll throw in a free keychain.
Oh, it upgrades. Oh, it says upgrade. Mercury Magnum. Magnum.
Oh my god, you're actually spending money instead of robbing me.
You're actually spending money instead of robbing me. Toxic bullets. Your bullet beyond the bleed on enemies, causing you to lose a percentage of max health over time. Also applies healing reduction on the bleeding target.
Hope you win whatever fight you're about to start.
I'm so rich. I guess I don't need money here.
Oh my god, you're actually spending money instead of robbing me.
Your bullets have a chance to shock your target. The shock will jump to a nearby enemy.
I like this new V that buys things.
Oh, okay.
We live in interesting times, don't we?
I don't know how to feel about the combining of these mechanics. I guess at some point I kind of want to try out this game, but I don't know if I'm comfortable enough to try this game on my own. I don't know. I have so much health. Let me try to go to like enemy territory, right? So I assume that's bad. Ow, 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 ow. Oh. So those things are like the... Who helloed me? I don't know how this... what is it again? Like... Kongor? Kongor in Hon? Oh! It will give you... It will give you buffs and shit? And then this is the big guardian, I guess? Makes sense.
Yeah, I'm all alone out here.
Wow, it's like when you buy everything, when you buy everything the strongest, you can kill everything here. I assume it's impossible to buy everything that I have right now, no? Like the strongest shit ever, everything. Yeah, I can see the movement tech now as well, holy shit. 5% max ammo? So you need to like also attack these things, like that would give you buffs. Okay, okay. And then I've probably got some like items that would allow me to jump like 3 times. I can jump on them? Oh. What is that? Oh, parry has a cooldown. Oh, if I attack those things, they'll attack me as well. I assume that's the... Yeah, I assume this is like the money? I lose so much health attacking it though. Wait, I can... Okay, so that was only melee. So many places to go. I can almost see the fights going on here. I mean, the amount of boxes here is crazy.
Be blessed.
So, yeah, there's gonna be a lot of fights going on here. So this underground? I can slide through here, maybe? No, okay. Hmm. Oh, this is the enemy. Oh. Okay, okay, okay. So if I go to enemy territory, what's the first thing that we do? This is like the tower in the game. Okay, so Guardian is tower. Okay, okay. And then there will spawn creeps as well, but I guess they're not spawning because this is like just a little bit of a sandbox, I guess. And then the big one. Hmm. How many bullets do I have? Extra slot of what I didn't see. Oh, it shows the blue. Essentially, there's also 3 lanes here, right? I mean, left, mid, right? Instead of like top, mid, bottom now. So I guess items are strong, but in a way, if I keep going around and smashing boxes like this, I can also become strong. Albeit a lot slower, but it's also something that I can do. Oh, this must be... Yeah, okay, okay. Okay. This is kind of cool, actually. I kind of want to try this game out. Movement? Heavy melee to claim power up. Ooh. Oh, these are runes. Okay. Oh, wait. When's the call? Uh-oh. Wait, are we doing it? It's 2! Okay, okay. I'm sorry, I didn't check the time. I was a little occupied. There. I think I'm in. Okay, let me close this game. I think I kind of want to try this game out. I kind of want to try this game out at some point. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe. Alright, give me a second. I'm just gonna do this real quick. Boom. And okay, done. I changed it. Now I can open Raft, but before I open up Raft as well, I need to join. I need to like open up music real quick. This one's good. I'll make the music very soft.
I want to check the file if we could put in there.
One.
Hello.
I didn't check the time, my bad.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Whirly.
Let me show you what my chat looks like on Firefox. It's weird.
I'm gonna check if the file got updated correctly. Huh. Well, I guess I'll manually add it to 2. That's strange.
You just can't chat. They removed my mouth.
Oh, you can't talk?
Yeah.
But Zeus is talking
So-
now.
That's strange. Zeus can't talk now. We can talk about him and he can't respond.
Because of this, we have to mute Zeus now. Oh no. I think I've been shared chat. Oh.
I'm not able to join the world code.
Must close
Did,
that. It
did
was not in the
Brecky-
shared chat yet.
I don't think I'm in the shared chat thingy, question mark. Am I?
I had sent you an invite.
I
Oh
think
my
I
god, the
Brecky's
Firefox is
cheating.
in German. That's so strange.
I think I accepted it. I think.
It shows me and Bracky. Let me
Oh,
invite more
no.
people.
I'm in the shared chat.
Awaiting response from Tura.
What? But I thought I joined. How do I? You can
Do I
join the
want to turn
stream,
on
it
my
says.
own music?
Oh,
Oh,
you
there
joined.
you go.
It says failed to load stream together.
Shows up that you joined shared chat.
Oh, it did. Okay, nice. Okay, that's good enough. That's good enough. Twitch jank. Wow.
I have to go back here. Okay. The world is up. The raft is real.
We can join the raft.
I'm trying to join, but the world isn't showing up for me, and it's not letting me refresh for some reason.
Yeah, me too.
I can. 1 second. Can I invite people?
Maybe I restart the game.
Oh, did I forget to. 1 second. I do load world. Let's enjoy. Password. No, there wasn't an option I have to press to host the server. Wait, was there one?
If you put a password, that should be it. I think. Oh, people can't. Okay, I had Discord muted. I should remember to unmute that.
Does it show up now?
It's not letting me refresh. It like limits how much you can refresh.
Oh.
I can try reopening the game, I guess.
Refresh. Can I do this? Oh, you're not. It says you're not online on Raft.
Try that again. Main menu, yes.
Like Steam doesn't say you're online.
Steam says you are... No, Steam says Brecky is online but not playing Raft. Yeah.
Oh no,
Also,
not
Tira,
that
maybe the
stupid
game
bug
is down.
again.
Is Steam
Could the
being
game servers be
stinky?
down? Oh, Tira just launched Raft.
I reopened the game.
Did Bracky make this game private so he could play without us? Question mark. The truth come out?
Can I invite
Bracky
you?
is cheating on us.
Cheating on us.
Versus there.
Oh, I cannot press. There's nothing shown up on your invitation.
If it shows the title of the game, try clicking on that.
Oh,
wait, it says launch game. No,
I
never
can
mind.
join. I can join Brecky's world now.
Can I? Oh, I can now too.
Yay! I don't want to show the password though. Give me a second.
It doesn't matter.
No, it matters.
You have to be on
I'm
my
in.
friend list to join.
Yeah, but I
But
don't want to
Bracky's
let
so
them.
popular, he has everyone.
Yeah.
I don't have friends.
Name one person who's not your friend.
Barack Obama.
I can't argue with
I'm
that.
sure he would be your friend if he knew you existed.
We find Obama is like, did you know Breggy? He's like, whoa, I know Breggy. I think that would be too wild. No.
Are we good now?
Tiro joined. Do we want to do this quest island right now? Or do we want to get some stuff gathered and like do other stuff?
I don't know.
I don't know. We need planks, no?
When we get on this island, we're not going to get off it for a long while. Just FYI.
Like hours long?
We could. It's a very big island. You can see it right there.
I don't know. I don't care. I'm fine either way.
I'm looking at rocks. I mean, I guess we can just go in?
I'm releasing the raft.
Aren't we... A barrel? I cannot throw it far enough. Why am I so weak?
Yeah. I guess the roof here is not super practical.
Rafto Braco. Which way are we going? Are we drifting?
Okay,
we should be drifting.
Yeah. No, we're rafting.
Yeah, we're
going that way. We're going backwards.
Hello, name. Oh my god. That looked really funny. Tira was just on the lower deck and I looked at the chicken and Tira's name was like right above the chicken. Was like, who named the chicken Tira?
Oh my god, I become chicken.
Oh yeah, since we have 2 water things, we could move one of them up here, or have them both
Alpaca's
down
no
there
longer
still.
sad.
Water things?
Yeah, the alpaca has food, so the alpaca isn't sad anymore. I don't remember if there's a good spot to land on this island. Oh, I fell.
Decorational box.
Oh, I fell again.
Uh-oh, I missed the barrel.
I can craft the 4th motivational quote.
Nice. Kobo
we go.
needs to be motivated.
I kept trying to jump on this wall and I kept missing.
It's okay, you can do it.
Live, laugh, sail.
Our alpaca's depressed again. There doesn't seem to be a good spot
Hello, Ixon.
And
to land here.
Hi, Ixon.
Mix and match the inspirational quotes.
I don't think you can take them apart.
If
Yeah,
only.
unfortunately, that's not an option. Hello, Evie.
Oh, we're running into this.
Rock.
Stack them. They won't let me. Oh, you can hang them on the ceiling?
You mean the
Oh,
motivational quotes?
that's the best I can do. Live, love, good things come, sail, who? Ceased, live. And rearrange them. That's better.
Now we turn here.
Hey, boom.
I forgot that you're permanently hungry and dehydrated in this game.
What the?
That's why we have a lot of water. There's water everywhere, Bracky. Just look for it.
We can drink the salt water.
I can't find
We
it.
can.
It just hurts a little bit, but it's fine. Because water is supposed to hydrate.
Just gonna eat 5 fish again, so I can regenerate half of my hunger.
I made fish too.
The trees are ready if you guys have an axe.
I'm kind of fishing and stuff. Oh, I should have gone. I should have gone
I
to
need more
get more
planks.
planks. Yeah. A lot of good things come sale. Who? It's a Kobo quote.
We should be able to land on this island here, I think.
I'm out of water. Ooh.
Yeah, we can land here.
It's so dark. I'm gonna up my PC's brightness. I'm cheating.
We can sleep.
No.
Hope I just fell through a hole.
Why would you do that?
Yeah. Ooh, I want that.
We might have to land here since there's a reef right under us. I don't know how much it'll stop us.
I mean, sure.
A little bit. It's making us do circles. We're here.
Wow.
I want to make a couple things.
This is where I want to put storage stuff in this wall here. Yeah. Yeah.
I want to make a few simple fish too. What does it look like? There's a big container down there. I want to go look at it. Oh, the container is nothing. Okay, I got you baited.
Can I have some planks if anyone has them?
I think I have some.
I have 2.
I'm gonna fish for a bit. I have... Where's those? I have 15.
Oh, we're moving a lot.
No.
Can I have...
I tried to steer them, but I got stuck at the cooking station.
Oh, there it is.
What happened?
It went through a lot of buildings.
I just seen the ship.
Did you want... I'm
the-
putting planks in one of these chests.
The raft is spinning vigorously.
Yeah, because we're touching the sea floor, which I think we should move a little bit.
It's okay. I like it when the raft spins.
Kira loves jank.
Right?
Oh.
Oh,
Let's meet... I want to try and paddle a bit this way.
Ooh, metal. Oh. Oh my god, there's so much. Oh, that's just stones. Damn. I'm still picking them up.
That should be fine. That's a little better.
Oh, we can go to the second floor.
oh.
I really need to work on the new storage. Can we just plop a random chest down for now? Plank, scrap.
I just emptied my inventory because I wanted to go to the island.
Does someone have planks?
No,
Hello, Jade. Congrats on the pole
I
hill.
had put the planks in one of the boxes, I think.
I don't have planks anymore.
There's 10 on this one.
I can make one more storage container. Okay, now everyone can empty the inventory. Do you want to stock up on some food?
I have a little bit of food. There will be food on the island, like berries and stuff that you can just pick.
I'm gonna bring my fish stew.
I gladly have Jade be my problem.
It's okay, we left Jade.
I could steal Tiro's too.
I took one, there's one more.
I could steal it.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna eat nothing and starve. I like that.
There's 3 fish on the grill.
I'm gonna eat all 3 and I'm gonna get barely any food from it. Classic. Alright,
You get more out of your food if you're closer to being hungry. So if you wait to eat, you can make it last a bit longer.
interesting. Do I want... Probably want a new spear, right?
I have 1.25 wooden spear.
We don't have... We don't have enough planks.
What did I want to look at? I want to look at this.
Two off. Hello, Trusty. Thanks for the watch streak, Ixon.
How do I get this? There
Look,
might
we
be a
have a
blueprint on
spot
this
for you,
island.
Jade. Here. Bird nest.
With an empty shoe. That's an offering I made for Jade. Oh,
I need 2 more planks.
there's no plank here though.
I have no
I'll go for a
planks.
little swim.
There's also planks on the island, probably. There's always a lot of materials on these things.
I guess when we go murder some trees.
I don't think we can murder a lot of the trees here. They're all special, strong trees that hate us.
Oh. I mean, I don't have an axe, so...
I need 2 metal ingots.
Huh.
Heck.
I'm going in...
Unauthorized personnel to not enter during mating season.
Okay.
Balboa Nature Reserve? Communication relay station ahead. No cameras with flash.
Except that I'm gonna starve in 3 seconds again. I'm probably ready.
There was fish on the grill.
I already ate it. There's like 1 left. Which I'm gonna eat now.
You could eat it. I have fish stew on me. That should last for a long time. I hope.
Yeah, I'm gonna bring this fish stew, 5 chicken wings.
There's an alpaca. There's an alpaca here. I want it.
I don't know how
Are
to.
you already
we don't
on the
have-
island?
I'm on the island.
Yes, I'm on the island. I'm not very far. I just walked up and I saw an alpaca, but now I want it.
I think I see Tira.
I don't know where I am.
Hello, Brecky.
Unauthorized personnel to not enter during mating season.
Mating season? Ooh.
Are you authorized to mate?
Do I have a canister?
Is there a bear that we need to fight?
I'm gonna turn on some music.
Gonna Google something.
Maybe Paul Radio fits the vibes of this.
Ooh. I should listen to pop jazz radio. Let me find it. What's the website again? Radio Garden, right?
Yeah. It's unlikely that you'll find pop jazz radio though. It's
Yeah.
unless you're really good at geography. This is found a way up.
Hopefully there's explosive powder in the island, because I don't think there's a puffer fish around here.
Oh, there's. I see multiple towers, and I see green soup that we
Green
have
soup
to
is
jump
good
and
for
run
you.
over. It's above you.
Bracky likes green, right?
Radio Garden. Listen to smooth jazz 24/7 from New York. Ew. Smooth jazz.
I think there's a bear down there.
Oh no.
Where is everyone?
Oh my god, that was...
I'm back on the raft. I was planning on getting that alpaca that I found, but we don't have any explosives and there's no puffer fish around here. And I'm sad.
Oh no.
I'm in Radio Garden now. Let's go.
Oh, I see the alpaca.
I don't.
Oh, yeah. The raft is right there.
Yeah.
If you
I'm looking
find-
for Tira.
Okay, where are we? Where...
There's a structure if you go up right.
Yeah,
And
there's signposts that lead
green
you to
soup.
structures. If you see where I'm at. Oh,
Why did I get wild berries?
Ooh, I got
It
wild
seemed to be a
berries as well.
quest item.
straight from the raft, there's a signpost that says you can go to Station 2, Station 4, Station 6, and Ranger Station.
Where's my wild berry? I took it, but it's not in my inventory.
It seems to be a quest item.
God damn it. I cannot eat it?
Because it also showed up for me.
Oh, I wanna eat the berry. I wonder if you guys hear bird noises from my end.
I do.
I can't
I'm
help
fine
it.
with that. It's cute.
That's actually Jade.
Yes.
They're
Jade
trying
is
to communicate with me.
I think it wants you to jump and run over here.
He would leave us behind. We
Why
can't
am I-
have that.
Getting a little wild berries.
This-
Father has to make a decision.
yeah, it's always
I
been
know
like-
it won't be me, so I will be spared. Not enough gold for all of us. I am sorry, Arrow.
Tiny
The
little
guilty
muddy.
lay restless. We must be punished if we are to rest.
Okay, I jumped over the green soup,
Nice.
and there's a station here.
Nice.
Relay station 2 and ranger station.
Oh my god, bees!
Oh,
You're probably on station 6, I think.
Oh my god, bear! I'm dead. Why the bees and the bear the same place?
Because bees like bears, and bears like
why would
bees.
that be a bear? I should wait for everyone. Can we go back to the raft so I can lead people here?
I don't know where I am. I've been running around the
I
island
think
randomly.
I know where you're at.
But I saw bees and a bear. And then I ran away.
Okay.
Use 5 wild
Your
berries?
res.
Hello,
Thanks
Rosdra.
for the raid. Hope you had a nice rest of your stream.
Oh, the wild berry is used to lure the bear?
Hello, Maya.
Oh, you're.
Rolling
I know
in.
where you're at.
Oh god.
Quake.
Hello, Tiora.
Oh, hi.
Spin.
The bear is there.
Oh, you already lured it?
Yeah, I didn't know what it does.
It was guarding its cave, but now it's not.
Oh no. rolled
The
over
raft
Terry.
is this way. If we all want to go together,
I guess.
but this island is very big.
I can definitely
If you can
tell.
remember this signpost, this is where the raft is.
So go straight down for the raft, question mark?
Yeah, the raft is down this way.
Refiner, biofuel refiner.
Oh, okay, that's...
I think Bracky is this way.
I went right. From the raft, there's like right, and then you can go up, and then you get to green soup. Hello, Void Lord. Thanks for the raid.
Thank you for rating. I'm Bracky. This is Bracky. That's other Bracky.
I'm Bracky, and that's
I'm the
another
green one.
Bracky, and Bracky.
Rawr.
Here. Bracky's after this.
Ooh, stinky, I'm gonna die.
I'm gonna watch you.
They fall down though.
Yeah, just wait
do
a
they?
second.
Yeah.
Rawr.
What do I have to...
I just went for it.
I'm not playing ahead in time, what is this?
It's you don't die. You just take a little bit of damage if you miss. It's not a big deal. You can do it.
I
Oh
play
my God.
Super Mario World ROM hacks. I'm so good at jumping. Because I'm Bracky.
Okay.
Nice.
I'm so glad I played ahead in time.
Yeah, to the right here's the ranger station. We did apparently have a light bulb already that I placed into this figurine.
I had found it. Oh, there's food here.
If you lived here, your house is
Do you still
gone.
need food?
I have food with me.
Oh, I found food.
I just ate my
eat the food.
fish stew.
Hello, Nick.
I'll hold it for now, I guess.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
can
there was
hold
a
it.
box up here.
I did not go up on this
Box?
tower yet.
We can go up the tower.
Thanks for the pets.
I want tower.
Whoa, plastic.
Nice.
Wow, that's a lot of plastic. But we have a shit ton of plastic though.
Plastic is
Morning.
good for eating.
I could eat
If we have a
plastic.
lot of a
Months ago,
material,
My sister Astrid and I were put in charge of the ranger station on Balboa.
It's getting
We
quite
handled
dark
the bear
here.
population
Oh.
and kept the relay towers operational. The
You
next
can go up
shift
on the
was
roof, but there's
going to
nothing.
start weeks
I did
back.
something.
Oh, here, there's a crate. I found a crate.
Announcements
With
never
4
shut
planks?
up.
Hell yeah.
Henry suggested that I start writing things down after Astrid disappeared, so that I'm not feeling
Hello.
so lonely anymore.
hello.
Morning, mead.
I need
The game was
corn
speaking
here.
to us. This screen right here says we need to activate 3 relay stations. And we activated this
It
one.
does.
Words. I couldn't understand.
Does this say
words.
which one we're
Yeah,
on?
and those are the other towers we see in the distance from here.
Yeah.
Oh my
And
god.
then one of them
Can't
is the
see
ranger
anything
station.
on my screen.
I can barely see it.
Settings, graphics.
Don't fall all the way down because you will die.
I
Is
wanted
there
to do it.
brightness somewhere?
I don't think there's brightness. I wish they have.
Well, I guess we'll see nothing for a bit. That's
Yeah.
fine.
I have my monitor brightness set to like really high.
I don't even know how to change that. Well, that's fine.
I just press the monitor buttons. I have the old Dell monitor that's like button. There's like a bunch of buttons at the bottom that I can press them.
I'm sliding down the mountain.
I think this was Ranger Station 6.
Be careful of the bears. Have you murdered any bears?
No, I got scared.
What's on
Oh,
here?
there's a bear right here. I guess I murder it.
You love murder.
We can do it because it's not Pride Month yet.
Oh goodness, those bees. Did I just pick up the hive?
Oh, Q1 bear? What the heck? I got an achievement.
You did it, Tiora.
Wow, I'm the best.
Can we make a beehive?
Did you get
Oh my
honey?
god, bear!
You can kill it. I believe in you.
How true.
Just run away when it attacks. I feel like there should be a
Oh, I
note here,
see you.
unless someone already grabbed it.
Save you.
If there's a bear, it's Tiora. If there's not a bear, it's me.
Oh, he does no damage. What the hell?
It hurts me though. Oh,
I'm
I'm
picking
the
it up.
best. I'm also picking it up. I have
Hell
one
yeah.
leather. Whoa, you have a bear?
You want the bear head?
I want the bear head. Oh, did you only have one? Oh, oops, I thought you had two.
No, Zeus murdered the other bear.
The bear head drop is random.
Oh no.
You
Oh,
gotta
there's-
pick up
hello.
the honeycombs here.
Are the-
Can you give them to me so I can take them to the raft?
Are
So I
the
can research them?
bees not lethal?
Also another one.
Um,
The bees do not seem to be aggressive, which I appreciate.
Unless we
I bet we need planks for it.
to build the thing.
Yeah, to build like a beehive.
Yeah, it's probably gonna be like 11 planks or something.
Do we need to catch these bees?
Oh,
Oh my god, the bear respawned. What the hell?
oh my god. Kill! Holy shit.
The little bears respawn.
Are these little bears?
Yeah, they're baby bears.
I'm dying, I'm dying. Holy shit, buddy, thanks so much.
I save you.
I'm seeing like a fight.
That's a huge range.
Yeah. Do we get meat from the bear?
I do. I have 4 meat and 7 leather already.
Nice. My spear almost broke, so I'm gonna run away.
I'm out of water.
I have a water bottle that have 2 sips now.
Nah, keep it.
Keep it? Don't you want
I
one
could
sip?
just go to the raft
Okay.
if I find the way.
I'll follow Brecky. I follow Dragon.
Oh, there's another bear.
Oh,
Do you have
fuck.
health?
I guess my spear can still hit a few times.
The classic
just drank
strat of
seawater.
just running in circles around it.
I brought my spear.
Nice.
I don't have spear anymore.
I'm kind of lost.
I mean, I'm just kind of wandering around as well.
I'll be fine. Oh, that's the alpaca. Okay, we're good. Raft is down here.
I got to cough.
I like the bear head, but it doesn't give me the maul shot. I'm changing back to the maul.
Oh, mine doesn't.
Well,
I'm gonna still complain about our character being so
Hello.
needy.
We could put the meat to cook.
what? Biofuel refinery is already researched. What?
Oh yeah, I used the honeycomb.
I put the bear head in the storage.
Put 6 meat on the grill. I'll refill my water bottle.
Wait, can we already make this?
What?
Oh, we can. We can already make the net.
Smooth jazz 24/7.
We need 15 planks for it.
Oh my
Did you
god.
research the bee thing?
I researched the honey, yes.
I couldn't make a spear because it requires plank. I cannot believe it.
Our lack of planks is concerning.
Our trees are ready.
I think.
They are.
I'm looking for like a beehive or something.
To get the bees, we need to make a sweep net, which we already have discovered because it's like simple materials, but we need 15 planks.
Holy shit.
Oh no.
And 1 bolt. There's a bolt. I can maybe get some planks from the ocean.
Did you already harvest the trees?
No, I don't have an axe.
I don't have
I
an axe
can do
too.
I had left my axe in the box and it was gone. 2 planks.
I definitely didn't steal it. I'm definitely not using it right now.
Huh. I'm slowly dying. That's not fair. Why'd you... You're supposed to de-aggro when I do that. I'm gonna get injured. I'm dead.
What happened?
I'm slightly underwater, like back left of the
I
raft.
see you.
Yes.
I ran somewhere.
I'm being taken.
I'm sleeping with the cows today.
I got dropped
Well,
on the
I
floor.
can't. Dang it, I can't place it on there. There was some copper where you were.
There was. But I was going for the wood. I have 2 wood. How many wood do you have?
18.
Oh, we can make the sweep net. I have all the other materials if you want.
Yeah.
Me too. Here. You can have it if you want to catch bees. Unless you want me to do it.
I can try it. That sounds fun.
They give you a lot, so you might need like 2 or 3 inventory slots.
I have enough.
Also, we want a lot of them. Bees are good.
I think there were. I don't know how many there were.
I think there's like 10 different bee spawns on this island.
That's more than 3.
But there's no explosive pufferfish spawn. For some reason.
Rude. The respawn rate of these bears is pretty high.
Yeah. It's kind of annoying.
I guess it's mating season.
But yeah, that's what the sign said. That's true.
Yeah.
We still haven't found that many notes.
I don't have spear or anything to defend myself, so I'm just like down underwater mining.
Can we make them stop spawning?
No. We can kill the mama bear, but that doesn't change anything. It's just the mama bear.
Machete.
Machete?
Yes.
Isn't machete really strong?
It is a stronger weapon.
Can we cut trees with the machete?
I don't see how we can
just
craft
walk
it.
around. Okay.
We should be able to craft it. I don't see it though.
And a weapon? Oh no.
Maybe we have to see it in the raft. Maybe we're missing one material. If you're by the raft, can you just check the research table to see if it has anything ready to go?
Yes, already
I
back.
guess no one's by the raft.
I'm not near the raft.
I'm underwater somewhere? I don't see Raft in my area.
Wait, another.
Ow. Mama bear took half my health.
Whoa.
Okay.
How much health does Mama bear have? $75 metal arrows? I don't want to spend 75 metal arrows on it. Mama bear lives for now.
Oh, I lost my hook. Oh no.
Did it break or did you die?
It broke.
How do you patch them?
The bees? You
Yeah.
swing at them. You swing at the ones that are hovering, not the ones by the honeycomb.
Capture 1 bee? Like an achievement.
I got 5 bees.
Oh, I'm
Hell yeah.
hungry.
We
I
need a
didn't
lot
even
of them.
notice.
Okay, yeah, I figured it out.
I got a bunch of stuff though. I got some copper, some metal, some scrap.
The mama bear hits hard.
Can we make some form of armor?
Yes.
Bronze soul.
Maybe that would be helpful.
We need leather and we need alpaca wool.
We have a lot of leather from these bears.
I'm hungry, but I don't know where
Wait, is this where the
anything
mama bear
is.
is?
I found a bike.
Can bears bicycle bells?
That's...
Well, I found a bunch of wild berries that I cannot eat.
They're emotional support berries.
I guess I'm gonna die
I'm
here.
almost dead to a bear. I killed the bear. I'm so good.
Biggest problem with the bears is that they take a lot of durability, so you can only fight like 3 of them and then your spear breaks.
Yeah, when monsters, when bears keep spawning, and then with not a single tree to be chopped down, we have a problem.
There's a camp here.
I'm pretty sure the machete doesn't require any wood.
Machete?
I think it's just plastic and metal and scrap.
That would be great.
Yeah.
But I need to go to the raft to discover it properly.
I can go to the raft. I'm somewhat close to it.
I'm in the area. I just need to find the right spot.
I don't know where I am, and I'm gonna die of starvation.
I can look at your stream. Where are you? Oh, you're over there. I know where you're at. Go backwards.
Backwards? But I need to find
Yes.
a raft, no?
But you're very far from the raft.
I'm very far from the raft?
Yes.
Well, I guess I'll die of starvation then.
I can find you. I know where it is. I just need to be there.
I'm at the raft.
I'm pretty sure you're down here. There you are. Hello.
Wow.
I found 10 bees.
see a
Can I
bear.
put them into
You
the
can
research?
have.
Oh yeah, learn.
You can have these.
Machete requires 3 scrap, 2 rope, 2 metal ingot, 2 bolt.
Oh, that added
Yeah,
up
that's
something.
easier than wood.
I will say that wood probably wouldn't be as much of an issue if it wasn't for me.
I mean, I'm also
Bracky's the
using a lot
villain.
of wood, and I'm not building. I'm just like fishing and doing normal.
Yeah, but I used like an absolute enormous amount of wood.
I mean, it's
but
fine.
that's what it's for.
I don't
Yeah.
have enough metal.
It's fine when we are like traveling around, when we have like a stable length source,
Income.
but It's just weird how this island has not a single choppable tree when there's like 10,000 trees here.
I lost your. Oh, do you still need? I guess you could have raw meat.
Am I gonna get sick eating
Unless you
it?
need water.
I
No,
have
you
water.
just don't get as much.
Okay, okay. Yeah, I can run.
Okay. I think the boat should be around here.
Nighttime again. What the?
I just go in circles until I find the right sign. Because I know what the sign looks like, but I don't know where it is.
Well, I know the sign is flat.
Yeah. It's over here. I want this alpaca.
We don't need the blueprint for the biofuel refiner anymore, right? Just throw that
No, it
away,
should.
ocean.
You can throw them away once you find them.
Can I put
You just
them
need to pick them
into-
up once.
Dang it.
No, Kobo is hookless and spearless.
You can have half my spear.
I could kill bears now.
Oh, the grill is not lit.
No, it's gonna dark again. We need to find the stations. All the bears probably already respawned, so I'm gonna make 0 progress. Couldn't go this way.
Oh, can you research a bee?
Too late.
Why too late?
I left the raft.
Oh, do you have the bees on you?
Yes.
Oh.
They said that there are more.
Wait, are we out of metal ore?
I have 2 ores on me.
We're out of metal
there's
ore.
1 ore. There's 3 ores here. In the first, the first wooden storage.
Yeah, okay. Here's another machete.
What does that do?
It's just another weapon, but it's also... It also has, like, other uses.
Sharp enough to
It's a
cut
stronger...
through vegetation? If
Yeah.
I can use this as a weapon, do you want your spear back?
No, I got a machete for free when I found the blueprint.
Oh, okay. Cut through vegetation. Hopefully I can cut through some wood.
Oh, these trees are done.
I don't have axe.
I don't have axe.
Yeah. There's no planks to craft axe at all.
I'll come back and get some wood.
No, it's all good.
It's fine.
like-
We'll find planks on the island.
Hopefully there's like something that I can... Oh, I didn't realize I'm hungry again. Fuck, I'm going back to Raft again. Ugh.
Back. I haven't found any station yet. I feel like I explored quite a bit.
The signposts point to the stations.
Yeah.
Oh, you're cutting the trees?
Who?
Bracky.
I'm walking back to the raft.
Wood. It's already gone. To research the bees.
Bee search. We can make beehives.
What's that made?
We want at least 2 beehives, I think.
20 planks? I'm gonna cry.
What needs 20 planks?
A beehive.
What the hell? I said 11. I thought that's a lot.
20 planks, 8 plastic, 4 clay, 2
They're
hinges,
so good.
and 15 bee jaws.
My god, what?
Really?
I guess I expect us to have like 11 large crop plots full of palm trees.
Yeah, they maybe
I
also
could-
just don't expect us to make such a big raft.
I could take the net now and I could catch more bees unless you want to keep it.
Sure.
I'm going to the island now. I want to see.
I was also doing island adventures, but
I want to see what I can do with the machete.
I've been trying to not just
Can
do
I
the
get
island because I've already done this.
no.
So
I've
tell me
been
when you're done
very
with this
sneaky
island.
because I do not have a weapon anymore. Well, I have a slither health on
Oh.
my spear.
I gave Tira weapons.
I'm just gonna run with you, and you have to kill the bears.
I
You
have
can run
a
from the bears.
machete.
They have like a very short leash.
I'm trying to cut everything with a machete, but nothing can be cut.
It has a little icon. Oh, there's a bear here.
Oh, you just run away from it?
Yeah, they have a very short leash.
Don't look back.
Why is he still on us?
I think I just did a. Did I just do a circle?
Okay, it's dead.
Oh, my speed broke.
You can have it. Oh, it's the one we were already at.
Yes.
It's just a different path to it, I guess.
Oh, hey.
Hello.
Hello? You want
This
to
is
join
where
us?
we-
Can you give
Yeah,
Can
what do you
you give
need?
Bracky your half spear? I guess. Unless you already used it.
No, I have.
Nice. That's enough for one bear, probably.
Hopefully.
Hell yeah. That's one more bear worth of food. So that was Ranger Station and Station 2. So we should go through Station 4, I guess. And Station 6.
Kira's not joining us.
Tira hates us.
No, I'm just running around.
Station 4 and Station 6.
I was looking for more bees as well earlier, but I did not see any. But she's probably
Yeah.
memorized all the spawn locations.
I think there's one on the path to Station 2.
Oh,
No,
there's
that was the one Ranger Station. There's one on station.
is
There's
still
one up to
eating.
a station. Yeah, the mama bear stays there until we leave.
Until we loot?
Station leave.
Oh, okay.
It's guarding the machete.
Oh, I'm gonna pick some cave mushroom that I saw then.
Okay. I'm just following the signs.
There's boxes And a bear.
Station 4 and Station 6.
Anything cool here? Nope.
That's where the saw was. That's a
Oh.
quest item. I think Station 4 and Station 6 are up here.
I see a bear. It's chasing me.
There's
Another
another alpaca. They mock us. Do you want to go Station 4 or Station 6?
Oh, we didn't do one each? Oh, okay.
Okay, let's go Station 6.
Oh, there's bees here.
Yeah, I remember they were on the path to one of the stations.
2. Don't run up the edge.
I killed a bear.
Yippee!
Machete is so strong.
Murder! Yippee!
Yeah, it's stronger than the spear.
Funny watching Zeus chase after the bees.
They're so good.
Can I pick up honeycomb?
You can. It's also very useful.
The bees are not gonna kill me, right?
No.
They just float around. They deal damage if you touch them, but they don't really go after you.
Ah, okay. I got 6? Yeah, I got 6. How did I get 6? I only pick up 2.
Wow.
Oh, I got 3 in 1. Okay.
I think it's this one.
Station 6.
Is that a cave? Oh look, there's a use for the machete.
Yeah.
Do you get playing with the machete?
No, we just open a cave. You actually don't need the machete here. You can like parkour around it. Which is what I did by accident the first time I played.
Do you have the shovel?
No, I died.
Papa made his mind
Then
up a
wait for the
long time
revive.
ago. He's going after Auntie. Miranda is following, as always.
I haven't seen Errol all night. I asked Miranda, but she
Oh, I fell down.
won't tell me anything. Oh, they are hiding something. Did they figure out there's only space for 2 of them on the boat? I've decided. I leave the triplets in charge of the remaining relay stations. Bobby will take care of the bears. Yes, it's for the best. So many memories of this place. We'll find
Break
the
with 4
Sissy.
planks.
I promise.
Oh, you're already up here.
I found 1 plank.
I think I'm trying to go to a radio station? Question mark?
Yeah. That's
Oh.
where we were going. That's why I asked if you wanted to join us.
We're on Station 6.
I don't know where I am.
If you follow the signs...
Oh my god. Johnny. We found Johnny Dirk.
Johnny Dirk? Where?
He's already dry cleaned this place.
Oh, hello, Germ. I guess we're winning. We found Johnny. Johnny vanished.
Oh, Johnny Dirk. This is stone that I can just pick
And we got
up.
2 relay stations. Now we just need Station 4. Which
I'm
is not too far
going-
out from here.
I'm going towards station
Maybe
4.
pick up Tira. I feel like
But
Tira would like to see that guy.
He's on Station 6.
I cannot go to station 4. There's like
Why not?
a bridge or some sort that's like not activated.
My brain does not like that we're leaving that dirt behind.
That what? The dirt?
The
Oh,
dirt.
we just don't have a shovel. We don't have that much wood to use.
But we still need it.
Well, we need wood to make a shovel.
We have wood a little bit.
I walked up. I ran up here for nothing, and now my oh my god, oh my god.
I'm just running straight line to station 4.
I follow the signs to station 4. I see Zeus.
I don't see Tira. Oh, I see Tira now.
Yeah. I mean, it's up here, and then there's like a bridge that's like still lifted.
Oh, I see you. I'm sliding down the mountain.
Oh, I just jumped off. Max fall damage is like a third of your health.
So fall damage is not gonna straight up kill you?
I thought it did, but then I remember I used to jump off the whole thing.
Maybe you can jump this one.
Kira.
Ooh, huh?
Here.
Hello?
Why? What happened?
Look at that.
Oh, you want me to
What are we doing?
Why are we shooting?
The lever.
Did I miss?
Missed. Yes.
What the hell? I was aiming at the lever.
I dropped another arrow.
There's no way.
I want to go back and see if I can make a shovel. We might not have enough metal for it.
Oh, thank goodness I
Oh,
didn't miss the second time.
That felt like it was gonna hit me.
I feel like you should have got hit.
Oh, my game crashed.
Yeah, I threw the basic bow back to you.
My game crashed.
Uh-oh.
Hopefully my inventory is saved.
I'm seeing... Oh.
Goodbye.
Zeus disappeared.
Zeus doesn't want to
Yeah,
play
my
with
game
us.
crashed.
Unfortunate.
Hello, Gaten. Everyone has to drink first.
I don't have water. I have a monster. Which I don't think I should drink.
Gaten has to get more buff.
Water good.
In Germany, you can call, like, muscular people, you can call them a wardrobe.
Wardrobe?
Why?
Yes.
I'm eating bread.
It's the couch. With the...
Where am I? Oh, I fell through the island.
Oh, neat.
Wow. Can't believe you used no clip. What are you doing?
This is cheating.
Oh, and the walls are double-sided. So I'm
Oh,
actually
no.
stuck under the island.
Did I teleport you?
Is there...
I don't see
Let
Zeus.
me see. Let's see, is there console commands? You need to install mod loader.
I need to what? You're quiet.
You need to install a mod for console commands.
Oh, no. So
You
just
need to
mean
stand
you're
still for
dead?
30 seconds.
My in-game character is hungry and I'm eating bread.
Oh, yeah, you're bear.
Okay, I teleported to a safe location. I have my bow, so we copied the bow.
Oh.
And I don't have anything from... Oh, I lost stuff. I lost the stuff that was on the tower. Like the one plank, I guess. and the bit of metal that we found.
You didn't lose the beehive or the...
I have 10
That's
jars
the
on
hive.
me.
Yeah, 10 is what you get from 2 bee points.
Yeah, and you didn't give me the other ones.
Yeah, I
So
put
these
this in
are
the
the...
chest. And did you keep the net?
Yeah, I still have the net. The
Okay,
net...
that's the important stuff, I guess. To me, at least.
I'm going to
Okay, I guess
Ranger
I'm going to...
Station 4.
Yeah, that's where I left you, I think.
I just finished eating my bread.
I'm trying to find the raft unsuccessfully. That's what I get for walking through the forest randomly. There's a beach here.
I found
Oh, no.
fuel pipes?
Nice.
Oh, it's a different entrance point.
The kids are fighting. Oh, Astrid would have known how to make them
Not
stop.
the kids.
I found her wrench out by the clearing. I've been calling out on the radio. Please.
I got a number.
I just want to talk, sis. Miranda is screaming outside. I hope her and Henry
I think that number is what we put into the station.
Oh, it's 6984.
Nice.
Oh, if you look in your journal, if you hit T, there's a map of the island. We found it.
Balboa Island?
Yes. It's like page 16, I think.
Oh. But then what's with the 6984?
That's the code to the next island.
Oh. I have no way to mark it down though.
It's marked on our journal.
Is it?
Yeah, if you look at the little tabs on the left of the journal, those are the codes of the islands.
Oh, Caravan Town 1684. Okay. Then, yeah, I'm not gonna take a screenshot of that then.
You can. No one's stopping you.
I don't wanna.
Dance ahead. Oh no. I'm so lost.
Oh, I'm hungry again? I just ate meat though. We're too
Yeah, you have to
needy.
eat 3 bears to be saturated.
What are we? Tasmanian devil? We didn't eat so many things.
I got 1 more bees.
You tell me you don't eat 5 whole fish for breakfast.
Do I? Let's see.
No.
Graphics.
I eat
What if I go to...
gems.
Good.
Oh, is this... Let's see.
It's starvation. Hopefully I can see the raft from up here. Then I can just jump down because it's not gonna kill me.
I'm trying to get to Ranger Station 4.
Okay, I guess I can't use an axe to fight the bear.
No, the axe
I did
does
the
not
thing
work as a
in
weapon.
4.
Okay.
That's the alpaca. Yeah.
I think the last thing
Yeah,
we're
what am I
missing-
supposed to do?
I can spare? Oh, we're missing... Oh, we're missing 2 notes. We're missing 1 from the cruise ship. And we're missing 1 from this island. Which I think I know where the one from this island is. It's on the Ranger Station.
Oh my, he finally walked away.
I have 18 honeycomb. Yeah, is honeycomb not edible?
Not just as honeycomb. but it's also very useful. It helps with our troubles of wood.
Wait, honeycomb can solve the problem of wood?
A little bit.
Oh fuck. Well, I have 18 on me, but I'm gonna die.
Don't die.
I'm going
You
to.
can't use salt water to plant plants? Oh my god.
Okay, let me see where Tiora is so I can save Tiora.
I'm trying to find where the raft is.
Where
I
are
want to
you?
jump like down to the raft.
Oh, you're by one of the stations. Do you know which station that is?
4? The one that I shot arrows at?
Okay. I'm going back to Ranger Station 4. I'll be there in a second.
Oops, I'm dumb.
I hear Bracky drinking water.
Many water noises.
Where is Tiora? I am here.
I'm under the station.
What is a whole battery in here?
Oh, I'm seeing black and white.
The raft is.
I wanted to
on
make a
the
shovel,
other...
right?
Do you see that other tower?
Yeah.
The raft is on the other side of that tower.
Ooh, so I'm very far away.
Yeah.
No, we don't have enough stuff to make.
Maybe we can
I don't
go
think there's an
through
easy
here.
way across from here.
Looks like
Maybe.
here. Looks like here. There's a path.
Right, I've created a shovel.
Ooh,
Nice.
Breaky shovel. That looked painful.
I think there's more bees on here.
Put
It was
the
about a
cobalt on the
quarter of
shovel
my
head
health.
and then carry them around.
Yeah. You use a shovel to carry me around. Oh, I see a bear. The bear is chasing
Oh,
Zeus.
the
I
bear's
think?
on me.
Someone
guess I
has
can kill
to
it.
escort me to the place. So.
I could kill the bear. I have a machete.
There's a bear that ran after me as I went to the raft. It's like probably one hit. Six.
Wait, I guess if we look at the map,
Oh, the bear in front. We can kill that again.
yeah, if you look at the map, oh, there's a bear right there. I was looking at, oh, it's dead.
Whoa, how did it die in one shot? I'm picking it up.
Yeah, if you look at the map, you hit T and you look at the map in your journal,
Mm-hmm.
the raft is the very south side of the island.
At the do not lose.
Yeah, it's like right where those words are.
Good night, Selig.
Night, night, Selig.
Which is right here.
2 alpacas on this island. And Zeus has
Yeah,
to skip them.
We can't grab them because Bracky hates me.
I'm going
all
back to the
Bracky's
raft for a
fault.
bit.
I'm gonna laugh
Yeah,
at you when you cry about not getting the 2 alpacas.
They're so useful.
Oh, it's Kobo Gold. Hi.
Hello?
Let me get back to the raft real quick. Hi, Cobalt Gold. I think I saw you were playing Deadlock for a bit. Deadlock raid. Does this trigger everyone's? No, okay.
So
Oh wait, it did. Oops.
oh, double shout out,
The
nice.
double show.
Yeah, I showed someone how to fix it to not have them respond to other bots from other chats.
Oh, can you
And I
do that?
never, well, with the custom coded one.
Hello. Thank you for
And
following.
probably the Streamlabs probably does it by default.
I have no
But
idea
I
that's
never
possible.
implemented that for my bot.
If you do exclamation point, all the bots will read it. But if you do slash,
Yeah, the slash is
it'll only
like
do yours.
the Twitch ones,
Well,
no?
but mine is custom coded. And I know exactly how to fix it because I showed someone else how to fix it.
Oh. Well, I hope stream was fun.
But I
Did
never
you
did it
two
for
get
mine.
the achievement for all the notes on this island?
I
I
did.
think so, yeah.
Okay. So that should be everything from this island except the 2 alpacas.
I see a different. Who's eating here?
Friend those boils? I mean,
Oh
Kobo
my god.
Gold and Kobo definitely friend.
Oh my god.
Huh?
Yeah, I'll let you eat, bear.
Oh, did you fight the mama bear?
No, it's like, oh cute, the bear is eating. Let's see how close I can get, because it didn't seem to aggro me. And then I stood next to it and was like, oh, I'm gonna attack.
There's a way to cheese it. But it takes so many hits. I want to kill it.
The mama bear? I guess
No,
Yeah.
no.
I guess the three of
No,
us might be able to kill it with the machete.
I think I saw. Oh, hello. There's a different bee area back there. I think.
Behind the mama bear?
Yeah, if
I
you
can
just
go
go
that way.
this way.
It was a great stream, so close to 1K seeing and 989 followers. Oh, heck yeah.
Oh, this is where you got the machete. I think
Yeah.
it doesn't attack with this range.
Hope you get
No, you
to
can get
1K
somewhat
soon.
close to it.
Yeah, I just found out. You have the bee stuff though.
Oh, I'm
Need to-
looking for it. Is it not down here?
Oh, did you walk past me? No,
I'm
it's
by
like
the
past
mama
the
bear.
mama bear.
I'm right next
Back
to
here,
the
I
mama
see you.
bear.
Hello.
I see you.
I didn't actually see any bees. It just looks like one of those bee areas.
It might have been one that I already got.
There's a bear though. I have no weapon.
Oh,
There's bees here.
I'll let you have fun.
I forgot I can just mute on Discord for a bit.
Okay,
No,
jump.
thanks for the raid, Cobalt Gold. I hope stream was
I'm gonna
fun.
pretend to hit
And
it
also
with my
welcoming
axe.
everyone from
You
the
can have
raid. I'm Tira. I'm playing
Want
Raft
bees.
with Bracky and Zeus. Bracky Big Dragon, Zeus Big Cool Dog. And yeah, if you need any post-stream care, definitely go do them. They're very important.
I have 20 bees.
Thanks for the raid again, Cobalt Gold.
That's more than 3. Oh, I think this is where Tira picked up the honeycombs.
Maybe?
Probably.
But obviously Tira couldn't catch the bees because she didn't have the net.
I have nothing. I have a machete. I wanna get to the mama bird. But I don't know, I forgot where it is.
If you look at the map, there's a little skull and crossbones.
You forgot
A
about
little
your
skull,
laundry.
not a crossbone.
Map?
Do you see the map?
Oh, the skull?
Yeah, that's where the mama bear is.
Oh. So if I walk straight up, turn left? 014
Yeah.
is so...
I forgot about my laundry.
It's no longer-
It's gonna smell stinky.
Oh no. Also, I started playing Deadlock a little bit. I want to try the game out.
I have a lot of leather. and a lot of random garbage and random chests.
We have 31 bees.
That's enough for 2.
Yeah.
Oh, I see the mama bear. Can I fight it? Am I gonna die?
One hit is half your health.
Oh, fuck. I guess I could use my trended ping for my advantage. I can see the future. I'm gonna try fighting it. If I die, then you guys know where I am. Let me drink one water. Okay. Let me eat one meat as well.
Yeah, I added more random chests I can throw stuff in until I made this proper storage.
I'm killing the bear. Oh my god, you're right. You can move and attack at the same time? Oh, I'm dead. GG, they move and attack at the same time.
Are you getting to or should I do it?
I'm already going.
Okay.
So we have to face tank the bear.
If you hit it with a bow at max range, it de-aggroes before it gets to you.
Oh yeah,
so you just have to do that 75 times. Well, not short, but like, so you hit it from max range and then you turn around and run until it de-aggroes.
So you cannot fight this thing legit. You have to cheese it.
Maybe with like better weapons.
I just don't see it when they move and attack at the same time. They move at the same speed when I run. So
there's like 2 more tiers of weapons, I think, or 1 more tier at least, and they get a lot better.
Oh my god, the burb landed right in front of me. Cute.
I love when I'm getting carried, I'm looking at butt.
Boat is jumping, boat is sinking.
You meet in my way.
EP. Press any key to wake up.
What's the any key?
That's it, I'm eating Kobo.
I wanted to press the power key.
I want to get some metal.
I found 2 metal on this island. There's 3 in the chest I put in the furnace.
I just want to mine it.
Oh yeah, I have no hook. I can't help. Shit.
Alright, you wanna start moving? So
Let me just grab this one.
Again. Oh, you wanted to get metal, never mind.
Yeah, I just got it. There were 4 right there that I could see.
Laundry's a little damp but good enough to be put in the dryer. Oh.
Are we all here?
I
wanted
on top of the raft.
alpacas. Okay. Let's see where the current takes us first. Oh, it takes us at the
island, I think.
Island. Yeah, we gotta drive. Which could be an issue. We're gonna have to go all the way around the island.
What do I
Gotta
need
get to
for
the
scrap
front.
hook?
You need planks for the... It's so weird that our camera doesn't rotate with...
Or maybe I should make a plastic hook instead. Because we
Make a
don't
scrap
have
one.
We
metal.
can make a metal hook, it's fine.
It needs metal ingot, no? The bolt?
Oh, you might be out of metal.
It needs a
Yeah.
bolt. We should have a
Yeah.
bolt in there somewhere.
There's a bolt in this right crate here. You're standing inside of it.
Oh, I'll take one bolt then. Do you have 4 planks? I could make a...
Yeah. Inventory.
I just need 4.
Oh no.
But then I just...
Oh no.
You need food again. If you want to cook.
There's some food. No. Do we have... Our engine's dead.
Alright. You can take back the plank, Becky. Nah. Thank you. I will get I'll try to get the planks again. Yeah. Nibble. Oh, hi Sarah. Hi Kobo.
I think it would be advisable to just make like a backup plank chest.
A backup plank chest? But then...
Yes.
But then the plank would just be used. I don't think it's needed.
I mean, like, I guess just a box that I'm not gonna take from to build or something. I don't know.
I don't
Once
think...
we have, once we've built more, it's probably gonna be better wood situation.
As the game goes on, we need less and less planks. Like
That's good.
it slowly gets to the point where
And then
you
we're
just don't use
gonna
planks.
worry about something else.
And probably ingots.
Hope Sarah is doing good.
I just want to get us unstuck from this island, and then we can turn off the engine and just drift.
Does the engine not control where we go?
Well, the current is pushing us towards the island. We just have to get around it.
Oh.
But the engine right now takes planks.
Crap.
I have planks.
Well, we hopefully don't need any in a bit.
Yeah.
When we start drifting.
Okay, so what I'd like to build is the proper storage, and I would like to make a few more tree farms, maybe like 3 more.
Okay.
And then
The limiting thing on tree farms is seeds, though.
Yeah, I guess we have to worry about the water at some point. It's fine.
Okay, we should be good here. We should be able to just float.
Yeah, then I would like to make a 3rd floor, and on top of that we can have farms and beehives, I guess.
Items are a little bit too far.
There's a box over there, right? Can't get it.
Yeah. I tried.
Yeah, the items are going to start spawning on the right side of our raft.
Yeah.
Port? No, that's starboard, yeah.
Another cobalt? There's never enough cobalt.
I mean, there could be like 2. I feel like that's enough.
2 cobalts?
Yeah.
No, it's never enough. Always need more.
Also, we could start trading. What's this noise? Are you moving stuff?
Oh. I didn't mean to grab that. On the recipe.
We still have a
There's
shit
so many
ton of
planks passing
plastic,
us.
right?
We could put plastic in the recycler
Oh
if we have a lot
yeah.
of it.
I think there is a storage box full of them, question mark?
Yeah, I'll just put some in the recycler.
We will need a little bit of plastic for beehives.
Oh, okay, yeah, then I should probably try to get more
It's
then.
8 per, so like a stack of plastic left would be fine for that.
Yeah, I'm just throwing a bit of it, not a lot.
Yeah, makes sense. Probably also throw some leaves in there.
It's full. It's also, the battery's dead. Huh.
Oh, cool.
If batteries die, don't throw them away. We can use them to to build stuff that requires batteries, even if it's dead.
I wasn't going to.
I didn't know battery exists.
I followed one of these recipes and it told me that it wasn't good enough.
What recipe was it?
I try to make fish soup.
Did you do
Oh,
2 fish and 2 beet, or did you do 1 fish and 1 beet?
I did 2 fish and 2 beets.
Was it the right kind of fish?
It has to be small, no?
I don't know. Apparently not. That's fine.
I think it's either pomfret or herring only.
Oh, there's a barrel.
A barrel where?
I already got it, and I got bit.
I hope it was worth it.
Yeah, it got 2 planks.
Nice.
Also, I don't really use the hook while we're moving.
I
You
use
can
the
have my
hook
hook if you want it.
a lot. I still have my hook. It's fine.
Oh, my hook hit the ceiling.
What?
I should make...
I'll move the antenna. Yeah, it's connected automatically. Is that
Copper.
good enough? Too far
Yes.
from receiver. Huh?
What's too far from receiver?
I'm trying to move this antenna. I'm gonna put
Oh.
it here, I guess. It's not good enough.
Let's see. That one's number 2. Number 2 is too far.
No, not all of them are. I'm confused. What about here?
Too close.
Oh, wait. I was changing the wrong one. This one was fine.
Yeah, you can see which one it is by which wire is connected to the
Lower
bottom.
corner. Like, if I put this here, it says antenna 2.
Antenna 2
Okay.
is the one that's... Yeah.
Lower corner, thanks for the watch streak.
Sending a beam while you're streaming. I mean, I'm not looking at them. I'll look at it after I finish my stream.
That's good enough. Zippies.
Whatever.
We have so many planks now. We can start putting them in the recycler.
No. I'm gonna get
Ah.
angry if I don't have enough planks to make hook or spear. I wanna stab things.
You don't need planks for machete.
Oh, what do we need for the machete?
A bit of scrap and a bit of metal.
Oh,
And rope.
that's so expensive though.
Oh, it's like 3 ingots and 2
Oh my
rope
god.
and 3 scrap.
3 ingots is hard to get though, no?
Not really.
Oh, I'm hungry. I hooked so much I became hungry. Wow.
If we put the what am I saying? If we
said
put
hick?
farmland inside of the house, could the birds still get to it?
Yes, they don't care.
Oh.
There's a small island coming up. We're gonna crash into it.
I guess we can get some wood now.
We can also get some metal.
Maybe some metal as well.
Yeah. I think that's a good idea to stop by.
We can still see the island we were left a little while ago.
Yeah. You would love it though? The meme? I guess I can look at it.
No.
No,
Steal any planks.
I'll look. I'll
Look at my meme. I'll post the meme.
Yeah, you can post a meme. I'll look at it after as well.
No, you have to look at mine, not them.
No, I'll look at both. It's fine.
Oh no, it's on my other Discord.
On the Discord?
Yeah, my other Discord account.
You too?
Yes.
Dang. I can hardly keep up with one. The trees can't be
I
chopped
just
down.
want to spy on people.
Wow.
Well, just keep it separate.
Because
I don't
one's
want-
spicy? Oh fuck, I missed the barrel.
I don't want everything I've posted on my other account to like be visible so easily if someone like shares the servers.
Whoa.
We can have a hibiscus tree.
Can we cut the tree for plank?
No. We use plank for it.
Out of water.
We're here.
Yay.
Actually, I want to put the anchor down here because I don't want to crash into it.
Sure.
Because it will be a little bit annoying to get out of it once we're on it.
That's fair. I don't have an axe.
any plank?
I should be able to craft one.
Bracky axe. When is that emo coming out, Bracky?
Oh, thank you. The axe is almost broken. You might as well make a new one.
I'll make a new one.
Okay. We need 1 bolt, which I can make.
I can take the axe and go murder some trees.
We need rope and scrap.
Hello, hot coffee, man, sir. Where's my cookie?
Here you go.
With a cookie? Oh my god. Oh, thank you. I got free cookie. It's mine now.
Yippee.
I can't wait for Bracky to fix the mess I made.
Do we have too many leaves?
Kind of, not really.
Smooches 24/7.
We want to. I guess the shark isn't getting damaged anymore.
Oh, thanks for the cookie.
Where's more metal?
I'm filling up the water. Then I'm gonna go murder trees.
I think this could be a door, but I don't want to break the wall because we lose wood.
Ooh, there's a lot of things down there. Ow. Swedish fish? Gummy shark?
Oh, Draco.
Oh, the shark's on me.
Have a nice look.
Oh yeah, Zeus, didn't you mention that there's always gonna be like a treasure chest?
Yes, there's
Even in
always
a
at least
small
a small
island?
treasure chest. Yes, big islands have 2, small ones have 1.
Oh. I kinda want to find them.
Oh.
I'm about to die.
What happened?
Why would you do that?
I'm fighting the shark.
Are you?
Yeah. Well, I'm on the raft now, but I was about to die.
Now the shark's fighting me.
I just want to kill it so we can get some metal.
Oh,
Oh, it killed me.
that was quick. How did you do that?
Wait, did it
It
kill
bit
you
me.
or did you kill it?
Maybe both? No, it's still swimming.
Let me get you in. We'll plant trees. And... Yeah, I assume you're somewhere under the raft.
I'm a little bit off to the side.
Oh, I see Zeus. I'm being bite by shark.
I just get him.
One more bite and I'm dead.
In the water. Maybe you can
Alright, I'm fine.
bait him. Fight me.
Where's the bed?
It's by the
an
animals.
animal and
Oh,
We're animals.
we are. Not wrong. I haven't found the treasure chest though.
It might be underwater.
it'd be a treasure chest if it wasn't hidden.
I'm about to die.
Uh-oh.
Just want to kill the shark.
Stop dying.
I have no health.
I'm still alive. I just want to kill the shark.
I want to try killing the shark as well, but I have no health.
It has my arrows stuck on it. Where is it? Oh, it's right here.
It's gonna kill me. Oh, my chat is so
It's
delayed.
like really hurt. I'm dead.
I have no health.
Where are you?
Over
I'm between the
there.
raft and the island.
Should I fight the shark? Oh, I don't have a weapon, never mind.
If you want to. With your bare bracky hands.
That'd be fine.
Oh, almost died. Almost, but I didn't. I'll try to look for
I'm back.
the treasure
shark.
chest, question mark?
Someone gives me that weapon, I can murder the shark. Or you can just
Here you
do
go,
it.
Bracky. Oh, there's a ladder here.
Leather?
There's my machete's under you. Oh,
It doesn't
did
exist.
you pick it up?
I don't have it.
Oh, here. I think we're
What?
desynced from each other.
Whoa, that's weird.
Oh. Oh, you're teleporting?
Yeah. So when you went into the water, you went really far. Then when I went into the water,
What's happening
that's
to your
weird.
hands? That's weird.
Oh, what if I throw it in the water?
Oh no.
Oh, the raft is desynced for us.
Oh shit.
The raft is in one place for you and one place for me.
Wait, is the timing different? Oh, God.
The machete's a little slower.
Yeah, I just got trumped.
Did you die?
No,
No.
Bricky's in front of me.
Have your machete back. You got it?
Yeah.
I'm gonna make
the
a
shark
focus
should be on
hit.
Tiora, and I'll shoot it.
Oh, never mind, we're too poor.
Oh, shark's under the raft.
Rest is EB. Hope you have a good
killed it.
night.
Oh wow. Could you shoot underwater?
Thank you for
Yes.
the raid again.
I destroyed all my
Well,
arrows. I only got one arrow back.
Oh.
It's just stones. Do we have anything to mine here?
There should be
Seems
some
like there's a
metal.
lot.
There's a deep part over here.
I just see stones.
I'm
see
getting a
metal.
bunch of scraps and seaweed.
It's copper.
Ooh, I'm dying. Dang, that was scary. Hate.
Going so fast.
What's that?
They're going so fast.
What was fast?
The motorcycle.
I heard a weird sound.
Oh yeah. There's a loud car just decide to rev the engine around the residential area.
Oh, okay.
It happens a lot here.
I thought it was like a creature underwater.
Sorry.
It was a Tiora creature.
It could be my creature. Hmm. I got some metal.
Yeah, there's not much metal. I'm not picking up copper because we have like 20 of it, and I don't think we need that much right now.
We need more.
I guess we can.
What is copper used for?
I'm picking it up.
Just stuff.
Can't stop me.
I like scrap though.
For,
I'm
like-
grabbing up as much scrap as
Oh,
possible.
there's more clay here.
I broke my
We have a
hook.
lot of scrap. We get a lot of scrap from barrels, and we don't use it that often.
I do actually use scrap at a decent amount.
I'm gonna go steal a bolt so I can make a scrap hook again.
Resdra is falling asleep.
Yes. EP drove.
I'm okay with leaving this island now.
We left some sand.
We don't need this much sand.
We need glass for lanterns.
Oh, you're decorating. Sorry.
Oh, you need sand?
I usually don't decorate. So I don't know the cost.
I got 3
guess I can get
metal
some
ingot.
sand.
Sorry, metal ore.
Oh, shark's back.
Oh.
I just found some metal.
You took away the bird's nest, but you didn't take the shoe.
Because the bird nest was in the way of the door.
Yeah, but the shoe was with the bird nest.
Did we murder the trees already? Yeah. I'll pick up one of these.
If we could make a biofuel refinery. Where is it? I wish there was a search feature.
Yeah,
So
or
I'm just
like
having to click through
quick
everything.
stack in nearby chests, which every game has. Except this one. And then this. Notes. Oh, we do
Am I
have a lot of
blind?
sand.
Beehive. We need a fuel.
coconut
Oh, there it
bee.
is.
Is it hard to make a juicing?
Not really.
It needs a
Need food.
circuit board? What the heck is that?
The heck?
It's easy. You just make it.
Plastic. Oh, copper. Oh, copper fine gold. Two metal.
Oh, I took
and
I took some of the glass and putting it in the box.
Oh.
I want to smelt copper.
Do we have space somewhere where I could just put a thing? I kind of want it by the engine.
Buy engine? Can we buy things?
Yes, but that's not what I said.
Oh.
Like by as in close to the engine.
Oh. Oh, BY.
I got a cough. We can now make biofuel. Which is why I've been saving all the shark heads.
And we can get some climate change in here.
Hell yeah. Where's the honey?
I'm trying to make a juicer.
Hell yeah, shark heads are so good for biofuel. Did you make a juicer already?
No, I'm waiting for the copper to get smelted.
Oh, we have copper.
It needs to be ingot, no?
Yeah, but we have it.
Do we? I don't see it.
Yeah, there's a chest with like 20 of it. There was.
Oh, here
It's all.
at the edge.
Isn't it
Yeah,
all
here.
like
It's in here.
unsmelted? Oh, shit.
What is this? Trash cube.
We can use trash cubes to buy stuff. The other buy, like BI.
Trash cube?
Yes. That's what the compactor does. It makes money.
Oh, I need
Never mind,
one
we gotta shear
plank?
the alpaca. Give me a fucking wool. I'm gonna raise the anchor.
Okay. I made the juicer.
Nice.
Do I put it beside the cooker?
Yeah.
We were gonna move the kitchen to the second floor, no? Or we could. I don't know.
Don't worry about it.
I'm
We
putting
have
it
a lot of
here.
other stuff to worry about right now than to move the kitchen.
Wait, why are we not moving? Oh, we're stuck. I knew this would happen.
You knew this day would come.
I'm gonna be making a lot of coconut beet.
Right,
Unless it's something that I can make. Yeah, making coconut beet.
Oh, it's
Let's just go backwards. We're already
over.
here. No reason to go forward.
How do I activate the juicer?
It needs a battery,
Hmm?
which I think all our batteries might be dead. Let me check this one. No, this one has power. Here. You see, these batteries can be moved from these electronic machines.
Oh, and I'll start cooking.
Oh.
It needs glass, right? Drinking
Yes.
glass.
There's a ladder. Oh, maybe it's here.
We can stick the juicer recipes onto it now.
Yeah. I'm trying to get more planks since the boat is moving now.
Which
I
way are
didn't
we
notice I'm
moving?
hungry.
We should be moving in some direction, but I don't know which direction.
What's up?
Are we moving?
I think.
I feel like we're
Drink.
staying still.
Whoa, coconut beet is good. Oh my god.
Oh, we are moving.
Coconut beet adds a little bit of food as well.
Yeah.
See if I can collect all that stuff together. Some plastic.
I'm gonna make a bunch of juice.
Some clay. Give me some hinges and
Well, there's a big island over there.
Ooh.
That one will
sounds
maybe
like-
have an animal and a puffer fish, which I should have enough arrows for a puffer fish.
We can stop by.
We should
Oh,
get
I fell.
4 of each animal.
Oh, I hear someone's being bullied.
The
Is
one I care
everything
about the most is
okay?
the alpaca. Yeah. Do I have to research biofuel? No. Okay, that's good.
We're all hungry again.
I've made 2 beehives. Can I put them here? Ah, dang it.
I'm gonna want... Can I use this area by the stairs, Bracky? Here? I want to put the engines here.
Oh, the big... Yeah, those things.
Yeah,
What I
'cause
was
want 2 of
thinking
them.
is that once we get everything out of here, we can like break up some stuff in the middle and then just place them in here.
Yeah, we can. But
So yeah, for now, just place them wherever.
So what I want is because we can make a fuel tank and we could feed the engines automatically with a fuel tank. But once we
Yeah.
place a fuel tank, we can't really empty it until it runs out on its own.
Oh, I think the battery
How
is
big
dead.
is the tank?
Oh, just make another one. Give me the battery and I'll put it away.
Okay.
It's useful.
No.
Recipes that require batteries, just use any battery, no matter how full it is.
I'm starving again. Oh, I can try one of these smoothies that Tira made. Yum. Oh, that doesn't give a lot of food. That makes sense.
It gives a lot of water. Wait, did we miss the island? Oh, it's right there. I could put one of these in here.
Ooh.
Oh, this ladder is kind of weird.
It is. Which ladder's weird?
The one by the engine.
You don't like it?
Well, I couldn't turn on the engine through the ladder. I had to like go to the side.
Oh. I moved it because it was right in front of the stairs.
But I like falling down the stairs and into a hole.
I believe you.
This is a different biome we're going to.
Wow.
Looks dangerous.
This is a desert island.
It's okay, I'm making juice.
I'll put the beehives
We have
here.
shark meat. What's the shark meat recipe? Oh, we don't have that.
Stretchies. You have to stretch.
We can make
Oh, Hana Toro. Thanks for the stretch.
I did the stretch.
My character's hungry. I can't walk.
I was eating raw potato.
Oh, there's watermelon.
We're drinking plenty of water.
Okay, we're at this island. Oh no, this is... Oh, this is the same biome we just went to. With the
This-
bears.
Oh, there's bees. Oh my goodness, wow.
There's honey.
I'm still not weaponized, but that's fine.
I thought I gave you the machete. Did I get it back? I got
No, I
it.
gave it back to you. Oh, you can destroy the birch.
Yeah, these smaller big islands have actual trees. I'd like to catch this bee. There we go. Okay, I need to... Can we go to sleep, maybe?
Maybe?
So that it becomes daytime? Wait, where's my bowls? There was a
Island's not
chest with bowls.
that large. Oh man, no, I changed my mind. I'll peek through the cave.
Oh yeah, we can also get more dirt here.
Yeah,
I mainly want to go underwater for the puffer fish, if it's here.
I want to go murder trees.
some trees. Or drought. I need food.
There's tree. Coconut and beet in the storage.
I'm cooking some potatoes. Coconut beet?
I have 2 boxes.
Does that give food? I think that's just drink.
I think it gives a tiny bit of food. A lot of water.
Yeah,
we can
need a
also
bit
make...
more than a tiny bit.
I think we can make cooking with... No. I thought we had a recipe for it. There's, I think there's a recipe for just 2 potatoes and 2 beets on the cooker, but I'm not sure exactly. I'm guessing.
What if we cook something that's not a recipe? Is it gonna become nothing?
It becomes leftovers.
You also probably don't want to use like all the beets and stuff, because you can plant them.
Oh yeah. Where's the planter for the...
We don't have a planter yet, I believe.
We had one. We just stopped using it.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I see it.
I guess you have to be careful of bird.
Yeah.
I want the puffer fish. Where is the puffer fish? I hope there's a pufferfish here.
Spear. Get some gold.
For hydration levels important plus excessive wear on the streamer.
I don't think there's a pufferfish on this island. Which is sad. I like how Bracky just kept a pufferfish hat.
I kind of forgot about it.
Oh, there's a bear here. I'm looking...
Oh, you can only harvest some of the birch trees.
Only the ones that feel like it. You cannot be too hasty with the birch trees. They are shy. Should I fight this bear instead of just running in circles?
I can help you fight it. I don't know where you are.
Okay, I'm not too hungry now. I'm gonna go murder trees.
You're gonna be very disappointed. I've been looking, I haven't found a single cuttable tree.
Really?
But I saw 2 of them at the bee area, but besides that, I'm not checking all the trees.
That's
It's
depressing.
very disappointing.
How many?
Also very dark.
It is very dark. Smooches 24/7.
Okay, so I can buy 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Purchase an item in the trading post. Whoa. What did we buy? Is it shiny?
I don't know.
I bought fish bait.
Fish bait? Oh,
I hope you bought an air horn.
And I can buy... Is there an air horn available?
Oh, there's more bees over here. You have the net, you have to grab the actual bees.
I found a crate.
Nice.
There's 2 metal ingot, 2 bolts, and a scrap hook and a hinge. Yo.
Nice.
I have extra scrap.
Do you want to give me the bee net?
There's also raspberries most of the time next to the trading post, but not here, I guess. Unless you grab them.
Do you want to give me the bee net?
Oh, the bee net? There you go. And you can have the bees too. So they stack. Okay, they don't, I guess not. I think after these bees, we're probably good on bees forever.
I got a cheap
I just
one
got
of
an
10
achievement
bees.
for capturing
But that's the
20.
achievement. Gotta get the achievement.
I got 25.
Oh my god.
Is there... Do we see more bees? Also just 2?
No,
I
don't think there's
harvested
that
3
many.
nests, but I don't think there's a 3rd colony of bees. Oh, this tree's choppable. Wow.
Nice.
Oh. So that one should be choppable as well?
This one is choppable.
Yeah.
This one right here. Ow. 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 Ow.
Got a pine cone. Cool.
We can now... Wait, you got a pine cone from birch tree?
No, I harvested another one.
Why are the
Oh,
trees
I'm
that's
starving
choppable
again.
so inconsistent?
They have to be the short ones, or sort of short ones. I found another one. If you see me, I jumped off from where the bees
I'm
were.
starving again.
Oh.
Oh, the bear respawned.
With a
Oh.
bear?
I can fight the bear.
Thanks for the self-care, Jade.
I'm behind
Everyone,
Brecky.
drink water and stretch.
I don't know where the bear is. I was told there was a bear.
I don't see
Do I
a
have
bear.
food? I don't have food.
I'm starving again.
Bracky's behind you. I can try and make some food for Bracky, so Bracky can
I
food.
don't have food on me. I'm also close to like hungry.
This tree must be choppable as well.
Is it? Ooh.
Yeah.
Here, Bracky, you can have potato.
Yippee! My favorite.
Tiora, do you want to fish more special fish?
More special fish? What do you mean?
Yes. So to use a trading post, you need to do like a sort of trading quest. It's not a lot, but you have to like, you buy fish bait from them and you sell them the fish, and then you buy fish bait from them and you sell them the fish. You have to do it like 3 times, and then after that you can get a lot of stuff from them.
Oh. Let me kill this bear real quick.
Bear has bear meat. Bear meat is edible.
I want the meat. Ooh, I got the bear.
Is there a point to planting different kinds of trees?
No. Just you get more wood, I guess. I mean, some trees have like a byproduct. Like mango trees give you mangoes, palm trees give you coconuts.
We probably don't want to harvest other trees then.
I mean, they all give wood, which is the main thing we
trees.
want from them.
Wood good.
Also, I can buy 10 wood from the trading post, but I don't know if I want to do that.
Also,
Nah.
the special fish, I'm not too sure about that. If there's anything that's like more important than the special fish bait, I guess you go for those first.
Oh, I already bought them.
Oh.
They're like super important.
We got shark.
Do we want to mine or do we want to just leave? I don't think there's much mining here. I looked around the whole island, there wasn't much.
I mined for a little bit and then I got bit by a shark and I'm starving.
Oh no, I gave Bracky all my potatoes.
It's okay. I can go back to Raft and figure out something.
I'm cooking stuff right now. The bonus hunger you get from like cooked foods lasts forever.
The bonus?
Yeah, like the little green bar that you get.
It lasts. Oh, it lasts longer. I thought it said lasts forever.
It kind of. I still have. I ate a food a while ago and I still have it.
Ooh.
Yeah, it lasts a good bit. You just gotta find something that's not too...
You just need recipes. I think... Do we need the recipes to make it?
I think it's that if you know the recipe, you don't necessarily need to find the recipe to make them.
Yeah, you can probably just Google for something good.
Hmm.
But I don't like that. I like experiencing.
Yeah, I like discovering things and then know that I can make them.
I remember one of them was just a bunch of potatoes or a bunch of beets. I think it's just vegetable soup. Because I remember that we would just do that when I played with my friends a long time ago. We'd just like cook a bunch of vegetables.
Do like veggie soup.
I guess we are leaving. I am undoing the anchor.
Okay, I'm waiting for the meat to cook. Do you need the shark meat
Which way
for
are we
something?
moving? No, I just put it there to eat.
Wasn't there like a food, a thing that you need shark meat for?
2 shark meat can be cooked with an algae and a mushroom, but the algae is kind of rare.
Oh yeah. I guess I'll eat the shark meat then.
Yeah, but I mean it's already cooked, so you can't really uncook it. Oh, you made beehives.
I ate all of them.
Sorry. Wait. Let me eat a glass of smoothie, please.
Oh yeah, we can make paint stuff. I know. I looked into it the other day. We can make paints.
Yeah, I was thinking about that for one of those paintings, but I don't know.
We just need a paint
important that is
mixer. I
to
don't know
me.
where it is though. We should have it unlocked. We should have it unlocked. Yeah, we do. It's on the chair icon. It's like the first thing. We can make one. I can make one. I'll just make it so we can have paint.
Maybe. Alright, now back to needing 3 million planks.
Yeah, I'm trying to gather planks now.
Me too.
I made a paint mixer. We can make paint. Hello, Michael McCall.
Oh. It's Michael McCall. Wow. It's been a while. Oh my goodness. Welcome, Raiders.
I'm so powerful. I made a backpack.
I'm gonna do
A
the
backpack.
double
We
shout
make
out
it.
again.
Backpack? Oh, you
Yes, I
need
made a
more
backpack.
wool.
Yes, that's why I want the alpaca so badly.
Gunvolt. Ooh. Never heard of the game.
We can move the trees up here when you do the next cut.
Oh, I
I
hope
like them
stream
there.
went well. Thanks for the
Oh.
raid, Michael McCall.
I thought you wanted the top to be a farm.
Also, welcome
Area,
in
that's why I
everyone
was
from the
asking.
raid. I muted myself on Discord.
Well, there's in...
But yeah,
I
welcome
guess
in.
at the
Hope
top
you
you
are
can
doing
put
good.
sails and... Like
I'm
normal
Kira.
farmland. That's what I was thinking.
I was about to
Bee
throw
house.
this cell away right as you said that.
I'm Tira. I'm playing Raft with Brecky and Zeus, right? And yeah. Hope you are doing good. Thanks for the raid. Good evening. Hope you're all doing well. Yeah.
We can get to the island.
Yay!
Oh yeah, Tura. Here you go.
Okay, I was doing a little bit of stream and stuff. What was that?
Yeah, I dropped the box right here.
I don't see the box.
Okay, I'm gonna throw it again. Let's see where it goes.
Oh, it's behind your... It's here.
Oh, yeah. Okay, we're in different spots of the boat?
I think so. You were in front of me.
Yeah. If you fish with that, you'll get special fish that we cannot eat, but we can trade.
Oh, okay, okay.
We just need all of them. We
Then
need to fish all 20.
Goodbye, Maddie.
I'll try to make a fishing rod then.
Or I could do it, I guess. You just seem to enjoy fishing, and I gave
do.
it to you for that. But if it's a chore,
Having much for your friend.
I can do it as
Tell your
well.
friends have a wonderful day. They'll have a wonderful day. Thank you, Mead. Have a good lunch as well.
Can we go?
Hmm?
I want to go to lunch with their friend. I want to meet their friend.
Having food with friends is nice.
Oh no, I've got too much water. I can drink it.
I think there's a few coconut beet still in the storage.
Oh no, I just have so much water. Like, I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try this recipe.
I'm undecided. I don't know if I should continue making the 3rd floor or if I should start working on the storage.
We could have storage here. We have a big wall here that we just put a
Yes,
bunch of chests
that's
on.
exactly what I wanted to use this wall for.
I came up with the idea. I'm
You're
sorry.
so smart.
Let me get all these planks before Bracky discovers them.
I'm trying to get the planks.
We have a lot of them from the nets. I got a
No,
stack and a half.
It's never enough. After crafting a few things, it's gonna be gone again. Oh, I fell down. How did I do that?
Did we pass the island or are we still near it? What's right there?
Oh, sorry, I pressed something.
We're not going towards the island anymore. I'm gonna move the boat.
Hmm?
Where does... Okay. I keep putting stuff places and it keeps blocking me. Someone should stop me from putting stuff. It's a small island, I think.
I'm fishing.
Oh my god, you had to rotate in this moment. I was trying to play something and then it had to decide that.
I'm sorry. I was also coughing at the same time, so I couldn't respond.
It's fine. It's not a big deal. It's funny.
Glow stream.
That works, I guess. Oh, the beets grow really quickly.
I'm getting a bunch of glow streams from fishing. Are we stopping by this island?
I wanted to.
Alright.
Yeah, I would like to as well. I'm
Yeah.
lowering the anchor.
I want to as well. I'm
How
seeing
close are we?
4 trees to be murdered.
This has taken my job.
You
That was
Net
never my
nuclear.
job. Ooh, metal.
Here comes the tree murderer. Oh, fuck.
I want to see... This water looks deep. There might be a puffer fish if it's deep water.
Melon.
No, there's no puffer fish here. We can get flowers now if we want to do paint.
I don't see purple paint now.
Yeah, I personally wouldn't mind getting some flowers, but we probably don't want to have too many of them. They're just gonna clog up the chests.
We do need flowers for the bees.
Oh.
Also, I'm dying to
There's a
shark.
few in the tree seed chests.
Yeah, but
But
we
I
need a
probably
lot of
want
them
a few
because the birds
more.
are they're gonna keep breaking them.
Can we combine red and blue flower to become purple?
Yes.
So red.
There's only 5 paints, and from those 5 you can make the rest of the colors.
Oh. So I can make pink and I can make purple.
Yeah, there's red, blue, yellow, and black
White.
and white.
Yeah. RGB.
Yeah, and then from those you mix and you make more.
That's clever.
Oh, I fell.
This will move. Let's see. I can make some chests. Rope and hinge.
It's metal?
Metals on
Again?
walls and rocks around floor.
Get out of here, burp.
I got a bunch of metal here.
Are we gonna
I
get bigger
made
chests later?
Yes.
Maybe we don't want to have a huge storage yet.
Oh, I did make vegetable soup. So if we just cook four beets or 4 potatoes, we should make vegetable soup.
Oh.
It should be better than most of other food we make just by grilling.
Yeah.
We just need to get a bunch of clay balls because clay is very tasty.
Yes. Like, it's not the best food, but it's, like, pretty good. For its cost, it's really good. I want to do something real quick. I don't want to end. I just want to do something real quick.
Good luck.
Oh, the water's empty. So I'll BRB. I don't know if I leave the world so I don't lose all my hunger and thirst. I guess I could stand here and I could watch at what Bracky's doing.
Can we put items into trophy boards?
I have no idea.
Yes.
I don't know if a small. I'll just make a small one. Oh, it doesn't.
So 2 potato,
I think they're
2
for the
beets,
heads.
right?
I think it's just any vegetables. Like, fill the whole thing with vegetable.
Okay. I'm gonna go plant the beets and stuff.
Okay, I'll be back in a bit. I guess I'll stand here.
Okay.
Good luck.
I'm gonna try to mine as much as possible then.
Yes, that works. I was right here.
That was quick.
How do we put an item in there?
In where?
Guess we'll wait for Zeus to return. I'm starving.
Do we need more stone or do we not need more stone?
I don't know. Again? Oh my god, they
I found
don't
cave, I
tell
think.
these birds to stop arriving.
We need jade. Whoa, that's a cave. And the shark's in the cave with me. I might be dead actually.
No. You like sharks.
Apparently sharks is down there waiting for me. I think that cave might be where the crates is, question mark?
Probably.
Yeah, I'll wait for a little bit and then go down. I have no health.
About plastic.
I got a shark card.
I'll scroll me up and clay. Zippies.
What the?
No, I don't want clay in there. I'm stuck.
Kobo's moist.
Herb attack.
Right, open.
I saved your crops.
I'm still on the island. I'm waiting to recover my health so that I can go to the cave. Oh, I think that's a cave. Like going down. Hopefully the shark's not here.
A beeswax in there. Oh, lime. Lime's eaty. I wish I could add a sign to the chest.
Oh, to say what it is, right?
Yeah.
Would be nice, honestly. Oh, the
Oh
shark's
no,
here.
these pesky birds. Sorry. Scrap is so important. We need so much scrap for building.
What's important?
Scrap.
Oh. Yeah, I love getting a lot of scrap when I'm just mining.
Yes, that's great.
I love scrap. Looks crunchy, I kinda want to bite them.
Oh, hello Celeste. Thanks for the raid.
Ooh, Celeste.
Dragon.
I got an
Hope
achievement.
you had a good stream. Hello
Mini
V,
dragon.
hello Shane. Thanks for the raid.
I love dragon, oh my god. Dragon's so cool. I'm going to... I think that's a cave. I might die. I don't know what I'm doing.
I'm moving stuff.
Is this a... Oh, it is a cave. Holy shit.
Full of
And
cinder.
the shark followed me here. What the heck?
Hello.
Hello?
I'll answer to you saying hello, Cinder.
I went into the cave, but there's nothing for me to grab.
I'm
Are we
moving.
starting to see my island?
Yeah, we didn't move.
Oh. I might have taken it.
I thought I was cool. I found my first cave.
Popular?
Yeah,
No, I'm
Brecky's popular.
Brecky. Oh, Suze, is there a way to attach signs to the chest?
Maybe? We have a sign item? We have a
Wow.
sign item.
I
2
don't
planks
know.
and 2 nails.
I don't want to write on it. I want to like actually put the item thing on there. That doesn't seem to be possible. Okay, ropes here.
We could try making one. Let's see. We go upstairs.
Plastic. Hello, Sorrel.
Ooh, sorrow friend.
No, they just use text.
Oh. I feel like... Oh, okay. Only 2 lines. I'll figure it out. Don't worry about it.
One recipe makes 2 signs. So it's kind of cheap.
I think we need a more clay bowl. I want to make like a bunch of clay.
I think clay
bowl.
already sorted. No, I did not sort clay yet.
If we could make more grass for these alpacas and animals, we could get materials from them.
Right?
Yeah, there's stuff there.
Do we want to move or do we want to keep being here?
I think we can move. I think I mine as much as I can already.
Which way are we going? Oh, we're going towards the island. We need to turn on the edge.
This is very quiet again.
You're very quiet again.
Raw.
How important is vine glue?
Very.
Very?
Yes.
Well, I'll try to make as much of it as possible then.
Well, we don't need it for a lot of stuff, but for the stuff we need it for, it's like we need a lot of. So like randomly we'll come up with a recipe that's like, oh, you here put 20 vine glue into this. And then like we won't use it again for a long time.
You need to know where something is for now. Let me know. If you don't find it in the chest, you just throw it somewhere down here.
I need I don't know where to put fine goo.
Oh, that's in my inventory currently. Just put it in the chest down and I'll sort it.
Okay.
Every time I play with other people, I'm usually the one making the storage system, and I always make sure that there's a chest where people can throw stuff in if they don't know where it goes.
I'm just kind of cooking.
Burp.
Get away, bird.
Hope everyone's doing well.
I'm doing pretty okay.
Metal chest. These can go to the honeycombs.
Yeah, we're moving again.
That plastic just went through.
Your potatoes already.
The what?
Boop. 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 Leather. More water. Drowning.
Are you drowning? What?
No,
Bracket
get
drown.
redeem sippies.
Oh.
And I'm hungry again. Ooh, the veggie soup is great. Nice.
I was trying to cook more vegetable soup and also the coconut beet, but then now I'm trying to gather more planks.
It's fine. Guess I put that in here as well. Bolt.
Gonna steal this barrel. Or not.
I want to make more crops.
Oh, and plank. Of course. So just so we can put glass in there.
Oh. My hook broke. Thank goodness I have one extra one.
There's clams down here.
We can have the chicken in here.
What's this net launcher?
No.
Yeah.
Those nails go to scrap.
So
I think. Do we want to go to the next quest island, or do we just want to keep doing stuff?
Like, if we
That's
keep
fine.
floating around?
Either.
Yeah, we can just keep going around.
Honestly, I feel like I'm okay with like just floating around for now. I'm hungry.
Bracky, I have something for you.
Is it 300,000 planks?
Here.
Whoa. Ew. Those paint bubbles look weird.
It makes green. So now you can paint the whole thing green.
That sounds like a
SS
great
Bracky.
idea. Oh, by the way, if you do see metal scrap, it is very important to me because you need it a lot for building.
Okay, I'll try to grab. I'll try to get them as much as I can.
Oh, those for Zeus mainly, because Zeus was saying earlier that it doesn't matter that much.
No, I'm throwing it away right now.
I think the trees on top can be chopped down. I'll chop them.
I guess we put dirt in here and then we can make a chest for paint stuff. So, wow, I don't know what else we need.
Hello, Aqua Warp.
Hello.
Ooh, aqua. Morning, aqua.
One more alpaca this year and we can have another backpack.
I need to plant trees.
Here. Good morning. I don't know what the rest means. Yeah, I'm gonna try to figure out how to add text to this so you know what is.
You could always paint the chests, maybe.
That could work.
Where's seed?
What was that?
I want to plant trees.
Oh, that's in the tree over here, the middle one.
Oh, wow, I didn't even see them.
The seeds will go up to the farming areas later.
Okay.
I thought it was kind of cool how they can just go there.
It is kind of cool.
We're by a big island.
I can murder trees again?
I mainly want the pufferfish and the alpacas.
I want to murder trees and mining.
The goat can be inert too. No, we don't need to go.
Be the cooking corner. Why can't you put stuff on it? Oh, I guess we can.
1, 2, 3. Oh, engine ran out of power.
It needs plank.
I'm talking to myself, sorry.
Oh, we're missing the island. I'm turning us. Did you end up catching all of the bait?
I still have 10 left.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, I need to shear the alpaca.
I do have like glow streams, net nibbler, and sharp carp.
We have egg. Do you want egg?
Egg? No.
Okay, no egg. Okay, I need to know how big our raft is at the bottom. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 100. Okay, that's easy.
100?
Yes. Should be 100. 7, 8, 9, 10. Yes. Should be like 98. We are at the big island.
Wow. Let me cook something real quick.
There's a vegetable soup.
Yeah, I want to cook more so that we can explore without too much trouble.
I'm mainly gonna look for a pufferfish.
What is happening to me?
What is happening to you?
Dehydrated again.
Pufferfish.
Lightning speed.
Oh, I pressed the wrong thing.
Hello, Aquaboard.
Hunger.
No
I do
sharks
that
on me.
and then
You scream at me. You honk at me and you scream at me.
what was that?
Aquaborb is honking and screaming at me.
I'll
Understandable.
scream at Zeus.
Another pufferfish.
How do you put an item into the item frame?
You hold it?
Doesn't seem to work. Maybe it's
No, the pufferfish exploded.
Wait, how to make signs? What are signs?
I'm
Maybe
gonna
deco.
fish for a bit.
That's annoying. It died, then it exploded after it died.
No.
Oh no. Where did you make the signs?
Where did I make them?
Yeah. Can't
They're in
find
the cosmetics side.
cosmetics.
Yeah, like the icon is the chair.
Yeah. Oh, I found it.
Yeah. My game is lagging. I don't know why.
It's stinky.
A wolf.
Rope. And
Okay, I can make one more canister. And hopefully there's an alpaca in this island.
what? Sand.
7th stream streak.
I'm still fishing.
Honey.
If there's no alpaca on this island, I'm not grabbing the animal. I just want an alpaca.
You hate animals.
Can I believe it?
Alpaca is just so much better than every other animal. Who wants a backpack?
What?
Backpack.
Backpack?
Yes. Leather.
What do we do with backpack?
Rope. You put it on.
Can I grab more stuff with backpack?
Yes.
Oh, I'm in. Oh. Oh my god, it's the best thing ever. Holy shit.
This is why I want more alpacas.
Oh.
Also, alpaca wool is like 2 alpaca wool makes 1 trading cube, which is a lot. That's like 30 planks worth of trading cubes. Do you have a plan for this area back here? Is this going to be a new kitchen?
What? Yeah, I was gonna put the cooking corner here.
Okay.
What do you need?
No, I was just wondering. Can I have the fish?
I hope that's acceptable.
Oh yeah. I can throw
Did you get
all
all
the
of them?
fish. I already used up all the fishing bait.
7, 4. This is all you got?
Yeah. That's all I got.
Okay. I think. Okay. I think we're gonna have to do tier 1 again.
Is that organization acceptable?
I'm
No,
okay
it's
with
not green
this.
enough. I gave you the ability to be green. I think you missed some of the fish when fishing.
I missed some of the fish. Eh?
I think you let them get away because I think you're supposed to get 20, like
Right.
100% back.
I was confused too. I was like, I should have gone, should have gone 20, but it's not 20.
Yeah, we're probably gonna have to do tier 1 again.
Oh, the battery ran out.
Beautiful.
Make a new battery.
Where did I put the exhausted battery?
Right now they're in
What
the
do you
seed
have?
chest.
An exhausted battery. No more like here. This one.
I can throw it into the chest over here in the corner.
In the corner. I'll put in the top one.
Yeah. That works.
How do I get up here?
There's 3 chests in the corner. Basically, just throw it in there if you don't know what to do with it.
Mm.
I got grabbed by the boar. Leave me alone. Oh, I think I'm getting stun locked.
Stun lock?
Yeah, the boar grabbed me and dropped me and then grabbed me again.
Should be planting more beets now, I feel like.
Oh, is there no trading post here?
Okay, yeah. The other trees take so much longer to grow.
Do they give more wood?
I don't know.
I guess that, yeah, they just give more like other things, I guess.
What do they give?
I don't know about the pine cone and the birch.
Okay, then. String light.
Ooh.
Coconut.
I'm going to the island and murder trees now.
Oh, I would like to make a kitchen corner. So once that's done, I can maybe move it.
What was that? I got bitten there, I couldn't hear you.
Now I was gonna move the cooking corner
Oh, yeah, sure.
once that stuff is done.
You might need to like put them into a bowl in the glass as well. Since I'm currently out in the island.
Quiet drinking pools. Nice. So this. Oh my god, I got all the recipes.
If you see what animal is in the island, like what little domesticated animal is, where are we? Please tell me.
Okay. I haven't seen any for now, but I'll tell you when I see it.
And if it's not an alpaca, I'll be mad.
But what can I do though? Do I kill it? I kill.
Where's the raft? Did I not anchor the raft?
It's right here. Oh no, I'm at the island.
Yeah, I walked around to where I thought the raft was, and it wasn't there.
I guess you missed it. It's not moving.
Where is the animal?
Hmm?
I don't think there might not be an animal here.
I think something tried to hit me.
Oh, it's a goat. I don't care about the goat. Yeah, there's boars in this one.
Must be the bird. I don't see the ball. Yeah, it's a bird. It's a bird. The bird that throw rock.
Do you need these basic growth still? Probably not.
Oh, I
I
see
think I'm
goat and the
completely lost.
pig.
Where is the Bracky?
I'm at the raft.
Oh, I see the Bracky.
Oh.
So many smoothie recipes.
Do you have a chest for food right now?
That one is still at the bottom.
Okay. Oh, you had some of them in the food chest. Some of the fish.
I will throw away the duplicate.
Oh, there's two
coconut
pigs. What the
recipe.
hell?
Tira.
I'm finding two pigs. Give me a second. And a bird.
Is this enough? No, that's not enough. There's still one missing.
I hate it.
Oh shit. I wonder what's going on. Something's
sure
happening to
you
my
can
character that is... My PC is lagging like crazy. I don't know what's going on.
I think my game
don't
is.
know.
I can't tell.
My game feels fine.
I'm being squished. But
Did
I'm
the
still...
board grab you?
No. I mean, the pig grabbed me and the pig died, and now I'm being absolutely squished.
Let me see
The
if I
fuck
can
out
find
the
you.
game.
I might have fucked up the game. I don't know what's going on. Well, I killed two pigs, so I cannot see my screen. My screen is just...
Can you just relog? Is that
Can
a
you see if
possibility?
you have the unstuck button on your menu?
Give me a second. I don't want to
Oh,
die
I see
on...
you. I see. Wait. I see you.
How do I look?
You're moving.
Yeah, I'm moving.
Stop moving.
No, I can't. There's a bird. Hi.
You're very stretched.
But over here, I'm very squished, though.
No, to come look.
Okay, this way, I guess.
I have no health. If the bird hits me once, I'm dead.
I'm gonna dehydrate.
Maybe dying
can't
would
look.
save. Oh, is that an alpaca? No, that's. Oh, this is a rare goat. We want the rare goat.
Ooh,
Gotta
yeah,
get
we
the
can,
rare goat.
we can get the
There's
rare
like a
goat.
1 in 80 chance that animals have a rare color.
Oh my god, it's shiny. We need to get them. I need
does
to
it
find
go?
Brecky first.
Oh,
Brecky. I'm big now,
Yeah, they're
Brecky.
flat.
I'm big now. See, the thing is, when the pig grabbed me and then they died, and my game went from 60 FPS to 5.
Oh, from this perspective, you can kind of see that you're supposed to be a character.
I mean, my screen is just... It's like
I
I'm...
want to see what you see.
Have you looked at our screen?
I need to look at what... Give me a second.
Okay, look at what Tira sees.
Oh my god, I am extremely stretched.
You're long.
Try doing unstuck.
But this
It
is
should
great.
be in your
though,
pause
no?
menu.
Do I have that?
Oh wait,
Good
Zeus, you have a BRB on your screen.
You
I
go
don't
into the
know.
floor. That's crazy.
Alright, let me unstuck. Teleport to safe location. Am I gonna lose my item if I do that?
No.
No? Okay. No, I look the same.
Are you still logged? You might need to relog.
But I'm so tall. It's Kobo stream come true. I lied. I like to be small. I like to be small.
Do you still look that way? I don't know where you're at.
I don't know where I am. I cannot look at my screen. My screen is just too absolutely squished.
Oh, you jumped off the boat. You're back on the island.
But was I at the boat? No, I was not at the boat. I teleported to a safe location and then it brought me somewhere else.
Oh no. It ate a potato.
No, it's my potato.
I'll kill the bird.
Oh yeah, there's no cooking down here anymore.
Don't eat me, shark. I'm taller than you.
Should we lose the water if I move the water purifier? Oh my god.
Yeah.
So janky.
Do you
hilarious.
like how I look now? Are you proud of me, Brecky? Are you proud of me?
You're like a barcode.
I don't know why this reminds me
Where
of
do you want
Siren
them?
Head. I would just like to put them outside, I guess. No, not there. Oh, maybe we can put them here.
I'll try to like go to main menu and come back then.
We have a third one.
Till rage quit.
Yeah, I rage quitted. The game bugged out on me. The game I'm angry. The game made me play at 5 FPS when I was fighting the pig. Oh, I know to show the password.
Okay, what am I doing?
Alright, I did it.
Where did the water purifier go? No, that's ugly.
What's ugly?
Bracky hates chimneys.
Hates what?
Where did the water purifier go? I crafted one and it disappeared.
I think I look okay now.
Oh yeah, I have to go back to the trading post. I found the fish that Tira lost. You put them with the food.
Oh, did I? Oopsies.
No, I guess I throw these away.
Let's put them into the dagger chest for now.
What do I do with letters?
I just crafted a water purifier and it's... Oh, why did I put here?
Leather can be turned into backpacks or armor.
Oh, okay. Armor?
Yeah, but the armor's kind of bad.
Oh.
I hope you like your new cooking corner.
I haven't seen the cooking corner. New and improved? Oh my god.
Where's the trading post?
Oh, it's unstable.
Oh, we did it? Huh. I thought...
What?
I kind of want to make another small crop plot.
Yeah.
I think they changed the way the points work on the trading post.
Oh no. You can place it here for now, but the plan is to have like the 3rd floor with all the crops later.
Oh, until now I'll use these.
Where is Raft?
Starving.
There's food. I think I still have the
I got a
straw.
veggies too. Nice. Thanks for all the cooking.
Clay, dirt, algae, metal. Metal. Plastic. I need 3 trading cubes.
How do you make the cubes?
We recycle stuff.
Oh, the recycling raw materials give those? And give the
Yes.
cube? Oh.
The cool thing about it is that the alpaca gives you so many cubes.
Why? Why is it just alpaca?
It's just worth a lot.
No. No wonder you're bullying the goats.
I need water.
There should be coconut feed still.
I just need like my water bottle. And it's start to bite me.
Do we want multiple sails?
No, we don't even need one at this point. We can throw it away.
Gotta have a sail. Beautiful. I will probably also build the 12 ones.
Yeah, if we make a medium gardening thing, we can plant watermelons and pineapples. But the bird just vanished.
Do the people think of the raft?
What's that?
Do you like the raft?
I really like it, even though I didn't help build it in any way possible.
No, that's I always like being the builder.
I personally really like it.
Yay.
Oh, okay.
I need new eggs. Oh, now I know where to look for stuff. Can we move the trash thing in a different corner?
When it's done with this, because I want this cube.
It doesn't matter where, I just like it to be out of the way.
I'm gonna cut the trees and I'll replant them.
No worries. Hello, Floofy.
Hello, Floofy.
Oh my god, Fufu.
Give me this cube.
Reckon.
Oh my god, this is going around.
I can almost make it up through this.
What can we almost do?
I can almost get up to the next floor like this. Oh, chicken laid an egg. Oh yeah, I'm gonna want to make another engine. I'll start making another engine while I wait for that scrap cube.
I broke my axe.
Oh no.
Did I grab all the copper? I think I grabbed all the copper. Yeah, I did. How do I make a circuit board?
Oh, scrap bolt. Do we have one metal ingot?
I have a few. Give me a second. I'll give it to you in a second.
Oh, I can go smelt the metal ores. I'm gonna go do that real quick.
I just need 5.
Oh my god, we're running low on scrap.
Here, I dropped some.
I'm smelting. Oh,
okay. I'll pick it up again.
I picked up a explosive powder.
I need that.
Where I'll go up. Yeah, I'll throw it behind you.
Where's wood?
Somewhere below.
I don't see the explosive powder if you dropped it.
Uh-oh. Then I'll put it into the wood so they can take it. It's in the wood. Wood, yeah.
Which one is the wood chest?
This one. The bottom one.
That bottom one? Oh, okay.
Oh. I need to smooth.
Okay, I got an engine. My character is hungry.
There should be some soup left.
Okay, my character is not hungry anymore. Bracky, do you want the engines to be somewhere?
I don't know. How many do we want?
If we're gonna leave the raft this size, we only need 2.
Maybe in here is not enough space.
I would like them to be next to each other. In any way. Like they could be facing each other, they could be right next.
3 long. So we need to...
Yes. Well, there's 3 by 2,
wide,
technically.
2.
I mean,
so
if I move, we could move the anchor in here, and then have both of them on the outside over here.
That works too. Yes, I did really want to move the anchor. That was like, oh, maybe that wasn't a good idea. We're going. Do you have a axe? You can destroy the one I'm standing on.
Zero has an axe.
I broke mine. I'm trying to make one.
Oh.
So I'm smelting.
Oh, are you on the raft?
Yeah, I'm on the raft.
Okay. I guess we're going. I'm not gonna planks with me.
Oh my god, I'm hungry.
Planks with me. I don't have plastic with me.
I have 3 plastic.
I have an axe now.
We need a hole right where I'm standing on. We're at the bottom of the raft if you're curious.
Oh, I need to shear the alpaca.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, you no.
Oh, stuff. What no?
happened?
What is
What no?
this? I didn't want this wall here yet.
Then you can remove it. So what's the
Because,
problem, dude?
You see these holes in front of the engines?
Yeah.
We can pipe fuel to them.
And you can't just run a pipe through a wall?
No, not through a wall.
Can you get it through the window?
I mean, I'll show you how they look.
Oh, it's so dark. Wait, why is it so dark? There's a lamp. Oh, it got morning, so the lamp's turned off. I get it.
Where is it?
I need stone plank rope.
Can they go through? No, they cannot go through.
Stone axe. They can't go through the window.
We are too thick.
I guess you can open this one. Wait, no, that's where the anchor is.
Wait.
Let's place the anchor first. Here. So I guess we want the one next to the door open.
Well, I mean, for now, I guess it can stay like this. I'll just put the fuel tank here. And it'll feed through these. But later on, we're going to have an automatic fuel machine that will need its own connection.
Let's just open this up. And then you can run the pipe in here.
Yeah, because I kind of wanted to run it through here. Oh.
Oh, okay. So we moved the door.
And then I wanted to have like I wanted to have these two tiles with fuel.
Yeah.
Like this one, or no, it's going to be two wide and then there's going to be a third one. The fuel tank can be over here. But yeah, there's going to be a two wide building here.
We can just leave it like this, right? Just go through the door.
I guess.
It doesn't bother me.
Yep.
I'm going to make a fuel tank.
I'm going to move the motivational quotes.
We don't need to be motivated anymore. We need scrap.
I want to be motivated.
Wait, are we moving?
Me
Oh yeah,
too,
we removed the anchor.
Huh?
I didn't want to move yet, but I guess we are.
Oops.
I accidentally picked it up.
Yeah. I didn't think about it until after we're like so far away. I still wanted to buy something.
It's okay, we can
But
buy
it's
the
fine.
next item. Or can we use engine to go back? Is it gonna be costly?
We could. But I would like... we need scrap.
Scrap. Oh, I didn't mine the last item.
I'm sorry, I ruined
need-
everything.
No,
It's
it's all
fine.
good. I can always mine more later. Or try
don't
to
know.
anyway. Also, welcome back, nerd.
I need 4 more scrap.
I have 2 on me.
Can I shear? Where's my shearing machine?
Oh, I think the... Wait, what? No. Oh, that bird came from this nest. What's an egg? Eggy.
You can just eat it raw if you want.
No. Can I put the egg into the...
I have shears.
Trophy.
I don't know where I put them.
Trophy cases? Stupid. Work.
What trophy case?
Yeah. Change the text.
Wait, I think try putting your hat on it.
My hat?
Yes. No?
I can only change the text.
Oh. I guess.
I put egg in here.
No scrap.
I'm eating vegetable stew. And smoothie. Nice.
Oh, I do have shears. I thought I didn't. Are you ready to be sheared? Yes.
Raw.
Have you found more scrap, Tiora?
No. The barrels didn't give me any scraps. I still only have 2. I'll try to find more. There are like a few crates coming in.
Zippies and stretchies.
Oh, that didn't give me any scrap.
Did we get the rare goat?
No,
Oh, we got the
left.
Lego? Oh.
Dang it.
It's probably despawned by now. The whole island.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. We can always find more later.
It's super rare.
I don't know the rates. It's like 1 in 60 or something like that.
No, with the Kobo here, it's probably 1 in 1. We're gonna see it on the next island. Wow.
Let's see.
That's a great place for the motivational quotes.
I want to stop by the motivational quotes always.
They're right above the staircase.
I can't find the numbers. The wiki for this game sucks.
The what?
The wiki for this game sucks.
What are you trying to say?
How rare the rare colors are.
Oh. Maybe because they don't even know. And we are the first one to discover the shiny Pokemon. I mean, the goat.
Dragon.
Dragon?
Oh my god, that's a cute dragon emotes.
I love dragon.
Oh, I know that.
Hello, Lucho.
I got 6 scraps now. How much do you need? I'll give it. I'll give it all to you.
6 total. I need 4.
There.
Good morning.
You don't see it.
Oh, you don't see it? Right, because these things. I'll put it to the scrap.
Scraps on this side.
Okay, there you go.
Okay, I can make it. I can point at where I want to put it.
It's okay, I just put it to the scrap chest.
Why are they not filling?
Block hole. Oh, I forgot. I have a specific salt water bottle, maybe.
Oh my god, the backpack is so good.
I don't have a backpack, I'm not cool enough.
Oh,
I'm working on it.
I stole Brecky's
The
backpack.
alpaca is just slow.
That's fine. I wasn't going outside anyways, if you... It's probably more important.
We can start moving.
No.
We are moving, aren't we?
Like...
I need more beat.
What is up with this
How close is
goat
that
with
next
the
island?
demonic goat?
That's far.
Oh, it's in the way.
This should be the fastest we can move on this boat.
It does feel pretty fast.
Papa!
Laid an egg.
Brecky chicken?
I imitated the chicken noise.
2 more shears and I can make another backpack. You want egg? I just eat the eggs. They're just free food.
You can probably cook with them.
You can. But right now we don't know any recipes.
That's true.
Can I make a shelf?
A shelf? Where?
This time?
Begin attack. Make a... nails?
I can put some stuff away. I have scrap on me. Do you put nails with scrap or no?
Yeah. Then glass with sand. And like hinges and bolts with the metal. Oh, what's that? Stone.
Oh, you made beehives. Do you still have a fishing rod, Tilra?
No.
No? Okay.
Cool. I like the new cooking corner.
I like the cooking corner.
Make separations of onion. Blade.
Where'd all the heads go? Are they still in here? Yeah.
Under the crafting station. Oh, maybe we can have a room upstairs with our beds as well. On the 3rd floor.
We can make a giant tower of boat.
Oh my god, that's so much wood. I'm excited.
I'm trying to get more wood, but my scrapbook is breaking, so I'm just gonna make some plastic hook for now. Because we don't have scraps. Or we don't have enough scraps. Plastic hook will do.
I need nails to make the...
I'm hungry.
Egg. We need to start using those beehives.
How do we use the beehive?
We need to plant flowers, but I wanted... So we'd have to plant flowers and they'd have to stay alive, but the birds would keep trying to kill the flowers.
So it's something like the small crop plots?
Oh,
Yeah.
permanently.
I'm cutting the trees and I'm replanting them.
I guess we can make some scarecrows. They're not amazing, but they do help a little bit.
Oh, we don't have palm seeds anymore.
You can use mango seeds. Or any other seed.
Yeah, I'll use the other seeds.
Oh, is that ugly? Wrong altitude, never mind. Is that too far away? But the cable reaches.
Oh, these are not done yet, oops.
Okay.
Do you have an idea where I could use these beehives?
I was gonna put them on the 3rd floor. I would like to have a room in the back here with our beds, and then, I don't know, I guess here on the side. Yeah.
That sort of works. I wanted to put these plants by the scarecrow too.
Oh yeah, those also go there. But we need some more nails so we can finish this beam.
I didn't think I'm gonna be so much beet and potato, so I'm making another crop plot.
platform. Next time we have 2 scrap, we can get 2 beams.
Wait.
I'm talking to myself.
It's okay, I respond to correctly.
Any bells? Nah, only stones. Dang it.
Okay. Oh, I need water. We're almost there? Oh, we're super off course.
Are we going the wrong way? Is there actually even a wrong way?
Yes. We should be able to see the first island that we went to our left right now.
We can still revisit the island that we went to?
Yeah.
Whoa. The wave makes
One
it
more
so
alpaca
hard.
shearing.
It's so hard to gather stuff.
Oh, I just moved the boat. Everything will be in a different location.
Oh. I see like a radio station as a shadow.
Yeah, that's the first island we went to.
Oh. That's kinda cool actually, holy shit. Oh my god.
Where?
Way?
Wait?
Need nails.
12. I need 24 rope.
I couldn't get scrap.
I have a drought of barrels right now. I probably want another ladder here for quicker access to the farm.
Oh.
Ooh.
20 crop of the same.
I need nails for ladders. Hello, Jack LOP. Welcome to the stream.
Where's the stairs? Stairs are in the back.
Yeah. We're gonna have ladders at some point when we get 300 more scrap. We're finally at a point where the planks are not the bottleneck. It's great.
I lost my water bottle.
How did that happen?
I lost the water bottle.
Isn't it in your inventory or something?
I have 2 water bottles, and I use one for salt water to refill them. And I just refilled it, and it ate my water bottle.
Wow.
It was tasty.
I didn't know you were that hungry.
That's annoying. Now I have to make another water bottle.
It's okay, I'm using the water cup to refill with salt water.
better beds later? Oh, I need to go to the bathroom.
I'll make another water bottle in a second.
Looks fun on me.
Okay, now we have bees.
They gonna
The bees
hurt
are
us?
big. No. These are friendly bees. We stole them from their environment. Now they're happy with us.
Oh, you found the... There's some like flower seeds as well. Hello.
Yeah, I already planted all the seeds we needed. I
Oh,
can
did
make
you
a
plant
backpack now.
like every... No. Do you plant like every color?
Not really. I just planted 3 colors. Or 2 colors. Because we had a lot of them.
I thought we can put more. Stuff.
I mean, if the birds take a few flowers, you're free to replant different colors.
It's true.
Wait, 369. 369. I got 6. How many should I be getting? Yeah.
We have a storage full of leaves.
I can make some ropes. Can take some out.
That works.
Eyes of Cringe should be an emo.
It's almost
Is
like it
Nemo
is
alive?
no.
I have Eyes of Cringe. It's a killer bean dying.
Oh, I have a different one. Get away.
Oh. The killer
The
bean
bird now
dying.
attacks the scarecrow instead of the plants.
Oh. That's
And then the
nice.
scarecrow disappears at some point.
Yeah.
Oh. It has like a health point?
Yeah.
What the heck?
It's calm.
Uh,
Leave him alone.
That's so frequent.
well, I hope it has a lot of health.
Here you go,
But
Bracky.
knowing this game, probably not.
Bracky, look in the chest for under the station. Yeah.
Oh. Exciting.
That sounded like a good... We should have plenty of drinks, an okay amount of food, I guess? Yeah.
I'll make another water bottle because I want another water bottle.
I would like to make more lanterns. Oh no, they crash crap. What about these ones? Scrap. Kobo is pretty.
They're calling the rest of us ugly.
I mean, I agree.
I'm ugly. Our beds are gone.
Upstairs, third floor.
We have a new band.
I wanted to put them on a raised floor, but the raised floor is like half a block high.
have.
There seems to be a lack of items on the ocean. What's going on?
I just moved the boat.
Oh. Now when you move the boat, it's gonna make the item go missing?
The stuff spawns in front of the boat, like directly in front of us. So when we turn the boat, it's gonna be to our side instead of in front of us. So it's gonna take a while from like the world edge to reach us.
Oh, now they're spawning again. Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, the trophy boat says you can place your catch on it. Maybe you can put a fish in there. If you don't have fish.
Oh my god, the wave made me miss the wood.
How close are we? Oh, it's right there. We can see it.
Oh. That works.
Oh.
We can do it from the outside once Bracky closes the roof.
No, I want to have a ladder here. Like, right here where this hole is going to be a ladder. And then maybe I want one in front of here as well somewhere.
I got it.
You can probably also just chase them to the floor. Might just be enough. Like, come up here.
Good call.
Dang, what a snipe.
I sniped it.
Any scrap? Any luck with that?
What was that?
Do you get any luck with scrap?
No.
I know we're
The
good.
barrels don't give as much scraps.
I hope that island has a bit.
Kobo pretty. Wow. I just saw that. I was so locked in. It's a kitty flopping over. Oh, it's different for every channel?
Well, it's different for me.
Oh. Gonna fire basket. I'm a magician. Oh, it's getting really dark. What time is now? It's already 6? Wow.
It's 4:20.
4:20?
Oh, it fell.
That's a big island. Are we going to that island?
Hopefully. If we have enough fuel, which we're running out of.
What fuel planks?
I'm making it. It's made out of raw meat and honey.
Raw meat and honey? That's I don't think we've
Yes.
I mean I don't have raw meat because there's nothing to kill.
Well, I've been using shark heads.
Shark head? Oh? Isn't that a cosmetic item?
Yeah, but it also counts as meat.
Oh shit.
Oh, we're crossing it. I think the rain is what's turning us to the side.
That's kind of cool.
Someone grab
Because
that.
I kept fixing the direction we were going, but then it kept going like weird. Do we want to continue today, or I don't know how long?
Oh
we're
my
gonna
god,
go.
it's so late already.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I was locked in so hard trying to get as much stuff as possible.
You...
Oh no.
Oh yeah, you can just jump up here in front of the door and it chases the seagull away.
Yeah.
I can chop down the tree again.
We have so much money.
Oh my god, the birds are so frequent.
Hey, I built the side thing here so you can walk up and jump up now.
We are here at the island.
Wow.
Made it. Looks cool.
This is the next quest island.
Look,
Oh, it's a
Zeus, in
quest
front
island?
of the door. You can walk
What
up the side here and jump up.
That's cheating.
That's
It's
what you
not-
wanted.
It's a feature.
What,
What?
happened?
Is the bird trying to attack
Oh
us from
no.
here?
Should we? I don't know. We can kill it.
I don't have an arrow. Man, I can try to craft the easy one.
We could move from here.
No, we could kill it.
Oh.
Someone hurts.
Wait, they chased him down at us. Or did they... Was that a stone? I can't tell.
Okay, let's go
I'm using the
backwards.
water.
It's still spinning so weird.
Will the bird destroy our raft using rocks?
I think it can damage the animals.
Oh,
but I'm not sure. I just want to get it a little further that way, so it's not directly where the bird is at.
that works. Or is it the bird locked onto us?
I feel like we're moving slow. Okay, this should be fine. Oh, I fell. I want to kill it.
Is the bird still onto us?
Yeah.
Weird. Oh, battery died.
Oh, the bird left?
Cool.
I also
Oh
killed
my
the
God.
seagull that was attacking our scarecrow. Oh, the bird's back.
Someone hurt.
More nails for this.
Oh, we could make a battery because we need scrap.
What do you need a battery for?
Juicer. It's all good.
We shouldn't. We don't need to make that many batteries right now,
Yeah.
especially with this island,
We have
because we get a better battery.
plenty of.
Battery.
I made some arrows. I want to
No, I
fight that
keep
thing.
falling.
Oh. I thought that was metal scrap. Is there anything?
There's some holes everywhere that I can just keep falling.
Where's the bird?
It's over to the right of the ship. Where it was.
Bandar Khalifa. Oh my god, it's Malaysia?
Does that say something?
Bandar Khalifa is like street Khalifa.
It says Kafila, I think.
Oh, Kafila. Yeah, Kafila. The street Kafila.
Does that mean something?
It's just Bandar just means street.
What's Kafila? I killed it.
Oh,
Ow.
it fell right on my head.
Can you pick it up?
I want my arrows back.
Oh, it's on the ship. Oh, Raft. I'm gonna pick up. Oh, okay.
Oh my god.
Oh, it's different.
All
my
my arrows despawned.
It was here, but now it's gone.
Oh, I got it.
It's all good. I'm using
It
stone
only gave me
arrows
meat.
Look. Look at me, I'm broke.
Burp.
Oh, you took the hat. Did you get the arrows?
Oh.
Since you harvested it?
Yes.
Can I have the arrows? Oh, they went over there. Oh, they found the water for me.
Oh yeah. What do you think? I hope they don't respawn.
I don't think the birds respawn.
Nice.
I want to say they don't.
Well, if they do, does it give meat?
It gives 2 drumsticks.
Ooh. We could make Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Our mateys.
I only know Awawa Yip. Oh no.
Is oh no part of it?
Yeah. It has to be in one phrase.
Okay, it's time to give up my shark head.
Am I wearing a shark hat? Yeah, I am. If you need mine, I can give it up to you as well.
I don't know how much bear heads are. Let's see if a bear head is the same as a shark head. It is. Like maybe all heads count the same?
Probably. How about warthog? That word is like so fucking hard to
I don't know.
pronounce.
The thing is full now though. It can only hold 2 heads.
That's fine.
So we're gonna keep going for a little bit?
I don't know.
It is 6:31. I guess we play until here for now, and then we can continue on Monday.
I don't mind going for a little bit longer, but usually you guys want us, or Tira wants to stop at this point.
I mean, I'm not hitting balls, but I also kind of want food.
Oh, by the way,
What?
yeah, maybe it wouldn't be too bad to have something to look forward to next time.
I guess
I couldn't hear you that well.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wouldn't be bad to have something to look forward to. By the way, I wanted to say is that there's a bit of metal scrap.
Yeah, I want to go down and mine some metal scraps.
There should be a lot of scraps in here.
Yeah,
Like if you come to this building right here, Tira,
I'm mining them. There's so many.
but I want to show you. Okay.
No. No. The scraps in underwater. It's treasure
There's scraps
planet.
in overwater.
It's coming for you.
No. Ow! It's treasure planet.
I was trying to fight the shark.
It's Disney. We're in Disney Channel. Where Zeus? Oh, I see the shark head.
I was coming for you again.
Oh no.
This guy's going crazy.
In these buildings, we can open these, and sometimes they have items inside.
So, oh,
Where are you? Oh.
We're on the little dock.
Yeah, I saw you.
why is it like only some can be opened, some cannot? What is this?
Oh,
Yeah,
bold
but
fish.
there's a lot of them. Like there's a lot of them.
Then on Monday we can look
excited.
forward to like just fucking scavenge this entire place then.
I got coconut chimkin.
Coconut chicken. Oh my god. Coconut is so useful. I'm already out of coconuts.
Yeah, a lot of the stuff opens. Have a package.
Scrap. Aloe vera. I'm gonna need them because I'm gonna get bitten by shark.
This is...
I guess I'll stop here. Bye Zeus. You're progressing so much faster than we did. We have Zeus. Zeus is so good.
Who's railroading everyone? I'm the problem.
Zeus is using a whip to whip us the next objective.
Well, we're doing like one objective a day.
I think that's pretty okay, honestly.
Which will be done like in 5 sessions. If we do that. Unless we just stop.
I don't think in the future we get to do like one objective per session. Maybe it gets a little bit tougher to get there. I don't know.
Oh, do we have...
It's just...
Thanks.
A lot of the quality of life stuff is locked through quests. And I just want the better stuff.
A lot broken.
Yeah, hi broken.
I exited the game so I wouldn't lose my
Oh, I was
hunger.
still...
We said we were done forever. and ever.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna play by myself now.
Rocky's gonna beat the game.
Oh no, I'm gonna get kicked out. Oh no.
No, I'm gonna I'm gonna water the thing. I forgot.
I still kind of want to show my own boat. Wait, I'm gonna do...
No, that would be
this one.
cheating.
Well... I'll hide the stuff that's spoilers. in my inventory?
I have no idea.
Hi.
Where's Brecky?
I was on the raft.
Oh, I see Brecky.
I'm out of wood.
Thank you, Broken.
Let me clear my inventory and then I'm gonna leave.
I'll do one last planting.
Good stuff, good stuff.
I think this should be no more spoiler.
Good stuff, coconut chicken. And put puffer fish head into the chest.
Here, if you look at my stream, you can see everything I've accomplished, which is this island that I'm at.
What if I didn't?
Wow. Well, I'm just staring at an island. There's very little visible.
Make great progress. At least I did on the building. Now we're bottlenecked on something else, and that is scrap.
I'm looking at Zeus's rock. I have your stream play on 160p though.
Oh.
Where's
Okay.
Zeus here?
I'll get off my boat. You can see it from afar, so you don't get spoiled. It'll
What are
be
you looking
160p at like
It's
super
okay,
tiny.
I have 720p now. I hope my PC doesn't explode.
That's a big island.
Do you like it?
It's great, fantastic.
I can barely see it. What's going on?
It's just a big square.
Nice. You can go closer, I don't mind.
It's spoilers.
Oh.
You're gonna see my 2 engines.
Yeah, I don't want to. I don't want to
have
look
two
at Zeus's
engines.
engines. I don't have
Oh, the
engine.
metal scrapped on there.
You're gonna see. Oh no, I have 3 engines.
Oh my god, rich.
There's a gas tank. Here's my cooking station, which I rarely use.
Alright, I will log off.
Hmm.
Let me know that you're ready.
Here's my dog.
It's okay. When Brecky log off, Brecky kicked me, and then I'm sad.
Save world. Exit.
Here's my beehives.
Nice.
I looked at Brecky
Here's
and
my.
then I got
Dang,
kicked.
you have a skin on your scarecrow.
Oh, that's a scarecrow you buy from the store. It doesn't break.
Oh,
Yeah.
that sounds.
Here's my
very
2
good.
alpacas. They're both named Dog.
I'm showing Zeus.
Here's my 2 trees. Okay,
Wow.
Altifor.
Can you survive with just 2 trees?
Well, if you don't build as much as I do, yes. Probably.
My boat is very utilitarian.
But
Thank you for keeping me hydrated,
I
Gaten.
want more trees.
We'll be raiding.
We're raiding Bracky.
Question of the century. We're raiding break.
You saw the Brappy drawing.
Brappy?
I'm gonna hide my
Yeah,
screen.
my art slideshow. I added it. I found it again. Johnny Dirk is streaming.
Bracky B.
Right?
But
Johnny
it's
Dirk
been
is
Johnny
streaming.
like the
Oh my
last 3
god.
times. Let's see. Merp the Kobold is playing Stone Shard.
Remember I said playing
There's a
Stone
couple
Shard.
artists
Fenrir and
that I
Corix
follow.
alive playing Far Far West.
Who?
Fenrir and
Oh.
Corix.
Oh my god, I
There's a
haven't followed
VTuber.
Fenrir.
There's a single VTuber playing Raft.
I don't need Paul Radio anymore.
Becky.
I don't have anyone on that I usually rate.
Well, I have Johnny Turk.
Yeah, except Johnny. But Zeus hates Johnny.
Yeah, I cannot believe
I don't
it.
like rating the same person 20 times in a row.
I kind of like it.
This. Oh man, I want to play more.
This time I'll let you guys choose, because if you ask me, I'm rating Johnny.
Well, I don't have a choice.
Well, there's Merp. There's. If I had a stream, I would raid the same person 20 times in a row. I don't like rating the same person too often.
That made me feel comfortable. If I rate the same
Yeah,
person.
I always rate the same kind of people. I like
You got into my
circle
ears.
through, but it's always the same people. Because I don't.
Bracky never
like
rates
talking
me.
to other people that I don't know.
You missed it.
Get wrecked, Sindel.
Oh no. Now you're gonna. I'm gonna monster.
Now we have to raid faster so Sindel loses their streak.
Oh my god, I'm fish. We were in a raft. Maybe I was the shark.
Did you bite us?
I probably
I'm
did.
at work.
Oh.
I like the censored work.
Green fish.
I'm the green.
Wait, were you
What
fishing
monster
in
do I get?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna find Bracky later for the
Ooh,
monster
that's...
list.
I'm never using that command ever again.
Oh my god, you got the bird?
I don't know what that is.
It's a crab.
You got a crab.
Why am
Lava
I a
crab.
crab?
I'll do it one more time. I typed the wrong channel. Oh wait, that worked. Oh my god. Hell yeah.
I want the jackpot.
I like them.
I still
Please,
wonder why I
please,
can't
is
chat.
silly. I like them too. I hate finding them.
Well, there's
though.
one person that I haven't rated in a while, but they're not connected to you two in any way.
We could meet. Well, I could
There's
meet new
Morning
people.
Fairy.
Oh, Fairy.
Fenrir. Kobold. Merp the Kobold. There's a couple art streamers that I'm okay with rating.
Actually, I think we could rate. I'm sorry, I did say that I don't want to decide, but Fairy is nice.
Alright, when we go there. I'll need the full name though, because I have no idea who that is.
Morning Fairy.
Oh, they just ended.
Oh, yeah. I heard that name before.
God damn it.
They just ended.
Yeah.
No. I guess not.
We guess not. The timing is crazy.
/ raid. Merp.
Were you raiding?
The Kobold.
Oh, really, Merp?
What if Tira, what if we both just raid Zeus Pop right now?
Yeah, I feel like.
What if I just end stream?
No. Illegal.
Yeah, that's what I'm about to do because we can't decide.
Like, no, like this is nice. We both raid Zeus and then Zeus can raid Merp. That's perfect.
We can, but triple raid is funnier.
Yeah, it's like it's like a
I'm
raid
already
train.
hit enter on Merp the Kobold.
Can someone paste the name? I follow them.
I just typed it. Merp _
Give
the
me a second.
Kobold.
Give me a second. It's It should be like this. Let me double check. Actually, I'm just gonna copy a name. What am I doing?
Oh, are you using the raid menu? I
This
don't
one.
know how to use that.
I
No, I just
posted to
typed it.
Discord.
I just typed it in the chat.
Did you type in the chat?
Alright, I hit enter.
Ooh,
Okay, yeah, that seems to be the right person. Now the countdown is going.
I'm just gonna.
Mine is halfway through.
I haven't. I type. I type rate
You
slash.
procrastinated.
I want the rate message.
Tira is more of a professional streamer than us two, because we never do outros.
No, I'm not.
No one ever
professionally
watches me,
anyway.
so I don't need an outro.
I don't think I'm professionally anyway. Oh my god. All
Alright.
right, I entered. Like I can press the rate now, so I'll press it when you guys say to press it.
Mine's
3,
about to go on its own.
2,
Oh,
1.
bye bye.
Goodbye. I hit right now.
I hit it too. Wow, I'm the best.
I did it first.
I'm
How are you
sorry,
so?
we...